Live at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium, this is the Holy Name Broadcasting pregame show at an early time today of around 5:35 to 5:40. I'm Nathan Smee, alongside me, Damian Webb, who will also be on the call, his first call of the season. Excited for that?
Oh yeah, yes, absolutely. We're gonna get the dub today.
I'm waiting for him when we win tonight for him to say, "Oh, it's because I commentated." I'm guaranteed he's gonna say something like that at the end of the broadcast.
I might just be the good luck charm.
Don't get your hopes up, Damian. I don't know if you're a good luck charm. But I'm expecting to see a great game today, so let's get you prepared for the game. But before we get into that, just want to send out our best wishes to Hayden Rios of North Olmsted. Had a scary injury last week. I've played against him in baseball, and I've commentated one game for him. Overall, good kid, and especially talking to people around. If Hayden's watching home, we wish him a speedy, but more importantly, healthy recovery, and just be knowing of our prayers here, not only in Holy Name Broadcasting, but throughout the whole Holy Name community. Now, with that out of the way, let's get into the games from last week. Holy Name, there was a little bit of a glimmer of hope near the end of the game, but overall, 42-17 scoreline against Elyria Catholic. Damian, what was the good, what was the bad, and who stood out for you?
Man, it was a very competitive game from the start. I think we knew that going into Dan Reeser Stadium, and overall, I just think that we didn't go in prepared enough. EC's always been a tough competitor for us. We faced them, I believe, I want to say 5 times in the last 2 years. Yes.
4 times in the last 3.
3. Okay. And obviously, they were the better team. They won. We both really wanted that win last week going into the game. Both teams having a losing streak. So I think Elyria Catholic definitely deserved it. For us, I think it was a learning opportunity and a way to improve going into week 5. Yeah.
There's definitely some good things to take from that game. I mean, the main two, that Aiden Butler catch was excellent down the left sideline. Unfortunately, he couldn't keep himself in bounds for that, but it was just an awkward grab he had to do kind of over his back shoulder. He did a nice job corralling in the ball and not trying to do too much with it. And obviously, the big proponent of that game, why Holy Name kept it close, Xavier Rodriguez. I mean, a couple times you're going to say, hand him the ball, and I say you have a different game. I say Holy Name comes out with that win. But I believe 23 carries, 166 yards, and 2 scores. Impressive night from the sophomore. I think he really announced himself in that game. We said it earlier on. He's kind of a hybrid between Christian Sanchez and Austin Wondolowski, but I believe he really asserted himself into that role last game. The bad from it was the second quarter. I mean, it happens every game. Around the 8-minute mark, something changes in our heads and things start going downhill. Ted Budinger had a breakout game. He had 27 receiving yards going into that game. I believe he had more than 27 receiving yards on at least 2 different catches. I know the one was an 80-yard house call.
Yeah.
But Elyria Catholic, they were the better team on the day, and I was saying it. All it takes is one to go with the momentum. That is what they believe in the locker room at Holy Name. And look at Elyria Catholic, a big win at First Federal Lakewood Stadium last night over the Rangers. And that Lakewood team is pretty good. I mean, they kind of cooled down going on now throughout the season, but Elyria Catholic, they kind of built some momentum, and once Holy Name gets that win, I believe he can be like EC in making that. And then, obviously, the standouts being Xavier Rodriguez. And another one we're going to keep an eye on, Chase Josity, a big standout there, those onside kicks. Holy Name boys soccer will be playing in around 15 minutes. He made the decision to come here to Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium and play for the Green Wave tonight, opposed to go out to Cuyahoga Falls and take on Walsh Jesuit. So definitely Holy Name will be glad to have him as their other kicker, I believe, Greg Guzmenko. He is at the game currently, hoping Holy Name can get their first win in boys soccer against a very tough Walsh team. And we also send our best wishes and good luck to Cameron Ragazzo, who is not playing in that game, unfortunately, with a concussion. We're hoping that he'll be okay and be back on the field next week. And more importantly for us and our crew, back in the box next Friday at Buckeye. I mean, it's 5 minutes away from his house. He can definitely get there if he wants to.
We'll have to drag him.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to drive him. But having Chase in this game will be key, as he was definitely a big standout player. And with that, let's kind of go into our discussion here. I added in a 7th question. Damian was not happy seeing the number 7 on the paper when he had to fill out the pregame. Damian, what's your thought process behind that 7th question?
Too much. It's just like the best way to describe it was I felt like I was in an English class. Here's some questions. Do it before you take the test or read the book. And obviously they're opinion-based questions, but it's like just very repetitive with school. And school's been, I'd say, definitely, I don't want to say tough, but school's been definitely very strong hitting the last few days.
It's been interesting. I mean, obviously, us being in a senior class, we're now the oldest in the school. It's kind of a weird dynamic to get used to. I mean, yesterday I had that late arrival day. Just a lot of weird things getting used to this senior year, but something to stay confident. Having like football to get away from it all is definitely nice. So now we'll go into the first of those 7 questions. Holy Name did cut EC's 25-point lead, no offense Falcons fans, to 11 before surrendering the 2 touchdowns back-to-back towards the end to extend the lead to back to 42-17. What did Holy Name do right in that span that they were able to get the game to 28-17?
I think they made quick snaps, and most definitely they drove down the field. There was kind of like this momentum of a passion of let's get down the field and score. Even if they didn't win the game, it was more about scoring, putting points on that board. Obviously, going into the 4th quarter, it wasn't looking too good of a win, but I will say that Holy Name did keep their heads up. They kept playing, and really, what I was most impressed with was seeing Xavier Rodriguez. I think really him going out there and running the ball has been really crucial for this Holy Name offense, and I think if we continue to use him, I think he can try and fill those shoes of Christian Sanchez, which is very hard to do, and I know we're going to talk about that in another question, but I think that it's going to be a key to tonight's game.
I think the thing that made not only that time period where we came back, but the last 3 years special for Holy Name, we've been saying it over the last 3 years. Holy Name has played with the underdog mentality. Getting into the Final Four kind of got Holy Name away from that underdog mentality. If I had to put a pin on the reason that Holy Name is 0-4, as the underdog mentality is gone. Now 0-4, your back's against the wall after losing 3 out of 4 games that you were projected to win. The underdog mentality has to be back, and I mean both teams have that underdog mentality. If Holy Name can harness what they did for that time period last week, that's huge. I mean, as well as Xavier Rodriguez being a big part of that, but football is a mental game. A lot of it's playing skill, a lot of it is being able to push your way through injuries and all that kind of stuff. But a big part of football is the mental battle. Whichever team wants it more is going to win. I said that last week. I'm sure you can remember that. I said it last week at least once, maybe even twice. Whichever team wants the game more was going to win it. And on the night, it was Chase Ferris's Elyria Catholic football team. If Holy Name can use that underdog mentality again tonight, especially with the added bonus of senior night, I think we're ready to get the first win. And like I said, internally in the program, once win number 1 is on the board, the rest should fall into place, and we should get some late October, early November football if that is the case. And, I mean, look at the last couple of years. I think the standard is November football.
Yeah, I think it's definitely, I don't want to call it a tradition, but I definitely think it's an expectation that people look forward to. Those cold football games, they hit different, and obviously going to see other stadiums is cool too, because you get to see where other teams play and just enjoying extended season. I think it brings the team together and it helps them develop in the off season. And at the end of the season, usually they have about a month break or so, and they're right back into the weight room, right back into practicing privately with their groups, either like offensively, defensively, running backs, all split up. And I think it's a key to Holy Name's success throughout the years.
And talk about it with the new stadiums and stuff. We have one more new stadium that we haven't seen. 2 stadiums, if you count ones we haven't broadcasted at. The first one being Canfield Stadium. I mean, going there to have rematch the Final Four, I think from looking at the pictures, it's a beautiful stadium down in Canfield. Kind of a nice, I don't want to say it's like this stadium, but think of North Royalton's press box if you've seen it, just minus the top level. That's kind of what Canfield Stadium is. And then the most one I'm looking forward to streaming at for the first time, First Federal Lakewood Stadium. We were there a couple of years ago, unable to stream.
Beautiful.
This year, being able to stream in such a nice stadium, I mean, do you think that's the nicest stadium we'll have been at when it's all said and done?
Yeah, I definitely say it's pretty nice compared to some of the places we have. It would be definitely better than the bird sky box of Byers Field, but...
No. Byers Field's nice now, considering that we get our own box off to the right. That's very nice field to play at now. But the
bird's
box,
nest, that was very scary.
Yeah, I think we've lost HDMI cord and connection to that skybox there. Not a big fan of that one. And, I mean, a lot of what we do is looking at the boxes and what we get. I'm looking for that. And another one right now, projected to play against Canton South as a 16 seed ourselves, them the 1 seed, after a big win against CVCA last night. The stadium looks pretty nice for Canton South. I'm looking forward to kind of that trip. I'm kind of looking forward to, once we make it to the playoffs, seeing Holy Name show their true colors and show that we compete. And speaking of competing, a tough kid, Hector Garcia, one of the best quarterbacks we've seen in a while. I mean, going into the game, we thought, okay, we know what this guy does. Instead, he decides to throw for 332 yards and 3 touchdowns. That's a breakout game and a half for the senior. But what happened in the secondary for Holy Name, and what do they need to change going into today to make sure that Tommy Horsfall doesn't do the same thing that Garcia did last time?
I definitely just think, stick to the basics. We've been talking about it. Don't play nothing crazy. Don't do nothing crazy. This is not the game to, bust out the rhymes and moves. I'd for sure say that we just have to read the field better. I think that was a big problem, and it allows big gaps, and it creates opportunities for other teams to score on us very quickly, very easily. A lot of those big plays could have been avoided if everyone would have read what was going on in the field. Obviously, some plays are different than others, but when watching film and stuff like that, you should remember where we're going and what an ideal play for them would be.
And speaking of film, I know you talked about getting a whiteboard to do some things, but I'm going to do it here with the paper and show what the defense needs to do. Holy Name traditionally will run what is a cover 2. If I can get in here, I'll draw it on this screen before putting it on there. But cover 2, Damian, you want to explain what cover 2 is, if you know it offhand?
Not particularly, because you were just showing me this the other day. I believe it was a very smart idea, though, and it could possibly work.
This is just a basic double set here we have on the screen here. X's being offense, O's being defense. The cover 2, the main thing is you take this outside linebacker and kind of group him here with this. You get these two kind of circles, cover 2, to make sure that these guys are accounted for on both sides of things. And then you have the front 5 then can blitz and force the line to make errors, read gaps, kind of do that kind of thing. If the cover 2 is ran right, if this guy runs a streak up here, not only will this corner who's guarding him drop back, but you also have the safety shading over top, and if you need him, you have this linebacker, if it's like a slant, over the middle instead, who can then cover here. If Holy Name can execute that correctly, that would be huge. If they can do that, I mean, double teaming some big receivers, I mean, yes, they have a lot of injuries. Logan Dangerfield is out. Colin Willard also out for the Eagles tonight. But they still have some guys that they need to defend against that have lots of talent. And as well, being able to do that, the QB spy is another big thing. I'm going to go back to the whiteboard here, if you will. If you look at the things the way it is, you're going to want to look at these kind of linebackers right here to run a QB spy. Maybe your middle linebacker should be like a Will Dix, or like an outside linebacker like Evan Szczerzinski or Alex Bowden, keeping a spy. That way, if Horsfall wants to bump out here, you send this guy. If he wants to bump this way, you're going to send this guy. And if he tries running up the middle, easily, middle linebacker gets him there. If Holy Name can execute the cover 2 perfectly, I think Horsfall is negated as his main 2 things. It's the Josh Allen build. I mean, we've said it for a lot of guys. He likes to throw the ball deep, and if not, he likes to scramble out of the pocket. That is how Tommy Horsfall plays football. He's learned from some good quarterbacks, don't get me wrong, but he can easily be shut down if cover 2 is ran effectively, and I think if they do that tonight, Horsfall will struggle. And the run game, with minimal running backs for the Eagles, is going to be a big struggle for them, and Holy Name can put a ton on the board. And speaking of the run game, and speaking of North Olmsted with Rodriguez, Xavier Rodriguez ran for 166 yards and 2 touchdowns last week. Does this mean he becomes an RB1 and will run the ball more than he has priorly?
I definitely think after that EC game, it showed a standout player. It showed what that true number 4 is all about. And I definitely think that if I was down there on the field as a coach right now, that would be RB1. And I think that we're going to see that tonight for sure. In
my notes, word for word, I'll read the verbatim right here. After EC, I think X has proven that he deserves a workload similar to Christian Sanchez in 2021. I mean, Christian Sanchez in 2022 was really good, but that 2021 season for Christian Sanchez was electric. I mean, easily got over the 1,000-yard mark with ease before going into the playoffs. Yeah. I believe the playoffs last year had to supplement those yards for Sanchez to get there, as well as the injury that he had going into the Normandy game. But Xavier Rodriguez, I believe, can take 20, 30 touches a game and be fine. Yes, get some of those in the passing game. Yes, still give the ball to Will Dix. Yes, still give the ball to Jovan Myers. But he deserves a lot of touches. However, is tonight that night? I don't know. The Rodriguez family does have ties to North Olmsted football. And if I'm not mistaken, his brother did play for North Olmsted. So if they ran a similar style or remotely within the ballpark, North Olmsted might be able to game plan for Xavier Rodriguez with ease. If that's the case, that's where you start getting the ball to him in the flats opposed to running the ball, or let Will Dix run rampant on this defense. Will Dix can run the ball nicely. So can Xavier Rodriguez. I mean, going into the EC game, do you want to know how many carries that he had according to Max Preps?
How many?
13 carries for, I believe, 55 yards going into that game. He easily surpassed that in the third quarter with ease. I think they can run things around here and kind of game plan towards it. I mean, North Olmsted has struggled to stop the run. I mean, Buckeye running back Troy McCann ran rampant against North Olmsted defense a couple weeks ago. And speaking of Buckeye, congratulations to Coach Greg Dennison with his 200th win last week, as we'll be going out there to Buckeye to see him as he tries to get win 201. But if the team can run well against North Olmsted, North Olmsted's defense crumbles. That is the basic thing. It's kind of trying to think how you word this. You know what they can defend, you know what they study, so run the ball, or if not, use the ball to the flats. Do exactly what Lake Catholic did. Watching back interviews with Frankie Trinetti after that game, he said the run game wasn't their week one. So what did they do? They ran the ball with Josh Stiles as much as they could. Yeah. Changed up the game plan, be ready to run the ball, but Xavier Rodriguez, expect him to get a lot of touches tonight. And hopefully, Holy Name will not have any turnovers running the ball, which EC did have last week, a lot of fumbles. But here's a big question. If you're Holy Name, would you rather get more turnovers and not score on every single one? Or would you rather get less turnovers but score on each one?
I was kind of torn about this question, and I think what it came down to was I think momentum crashes once we get that ball. Yes, we have that momentum. Yes, we have a big rush and we get down the field, but it goes quickly. It's a switch that can switch so easily, and I think for me, I'd rather worry about getting the ball and getting downfield without getting turnovers. Wherever way we get the ball, I think the number one goal is march down the field. Fumble or receiving it on a kick, it needs to get down the field and into the red zone as soon as possible to put up points on the board, especially early on in the competition.
For this question, I think you think it's an obvious one of, oh, you want the turnovers and score on each one, but there's another side to it. You could potentially want to demoralize them by keeping the fumbles and getting 5 or 6 turnovers, but Holy Name needs to score. That has been a big thing. I don't think we've gotten above 22 points this season yet. You want to be able to score more. I think Holy Name would rather have 2 turnovers and score on each of them than have 5 or 6 and only score on 2 of them. Yes, it evens out in the end, but not scoring off of a turnover kind of deflates things, and it's a mental game. I think if Holy Name could capitalize on each turnover that North Olmsted has tonight, which I believe the defense will force at least 1 or 2, I think they're in business.
Sure.
And then going into the record here, this does not need to be said. This is a must-win game for both teams. Going 0-4, I mean, the playoffs to get home seed, I think you need a 6-4 at worst, potentially, depending on the region. I mean, Jefferson area was 7-3 and won this region last year at around the 5 or 6 seed. And, I mean, Holy Name was 500 when they hosted Bay here in 2021. Or, no, it was 2021, I'm correct. What does Holy Name need to do to get that win and get them to 1-4? And what does North Olmsted need to do to get their win?
Play hard. Enjoy the game. And put on a show tonight. It's going to be quite a bit of people here. I've seen parents coming in since about 5 o'clock.
Before then, I believe like 4:45 parents started coming in.
And that's true. And I think this is a really big game. I can see some posters that people have made, some signs and some T-shirts. And I think that the most important thing is maybe having this extra boost and support. And I know that's another question. But I think as long as we continue to play how we have last season and then going into the season, learning from our mistakes, if we capitalize on that, we'll for sure be able to take the win tonight.
I 100% agree with you. Failure is the greatest teacher. I mean, you'll see that in sports. I mean, look at the sport of baseball. If you fail 7 times out of 10 at the plate, you're still one of the greatest hitters of all time. It's simple. Holy Name needs to play into the underdog card. I'll say it many more times. You could probably have a counter at home that gets to like 15 or 20 times. I'll say it. Play the underdog card. When Holy Name plays as an underdog, they're all of a sudden one of the greatest teams in the state, and in the division as well. I mean, you saw the last couple of years. Holy Name, after losing that game 45-30 in 2019 to Mansfield, probably did not think they would go to the final 8 and play against Tiffin Columbian and have a chance to win there. I don't think the next year they thought when they were 500 they'd have a chance to get to the Elite 8 again and play West Holmes at a very cool Northwest High School. And then going into last year, looking how things started against Padua, I don't think anyone thought a Final Four appearance was in the books, especially seeing that there was a collision course for Tiffin Columbian and Mansfield Senior, who defeated Holy Name in 19 and 20, I believe, in the playoffs. But the underdog mentality is undefeated. I mean, the last 2 years have been special. If you play the togetherness, if you play the underdog mentality, Holy Name becomes, and I'll say it right now, Holy Name becomes unstoppable. It would take a force like Ed's, like a Glenville, like an Ignatius of old to beat Holy Name.
Coach Kyle era.
Coach Kyle era Ignatius of the last couple of years, we'll word it that way. As we'll get in that in predictions, Slobo struggling, a 1-4 down year for them. But if Holy Name can play that togetherness, they become unstoppable. And for the Eagles, play the strengths of Tommy Horsfall. He's a good quarterback. Watching film, he knows how to direct traffic. He's a good quarterback, and the long ball, he has a good range for it. He can easily put it in the basket for the receiver to catch it. They have a lot of injuries with guys like Dangerfield and Wheeler, who we said are out tonight, but they have the next man up mentality. If every team has that, along with the underdog mentality, those are the best two mentalities. A winning mentality is huge, but I would put underdog at 1, then you put number 2 as the next man up, and then you have the winning mentality, because winning mentality means nothing without the top 2. And then play the game they know how to. They're a good team. 0-4, don't let that fool you. North Olmsted is a very good team, and they always have found a way to be around a 500 program. They're a very good team. They just need to get things together, and if they're able to do so, I think they're in for a good night. At number 6, if you remember last time North Olmsted was here in 2021 on a cold October night, Mr. Ronco was on commentary for that game, the only Holy Name football game he's commentated since we've taken over. But it was a 12-7 Holy Name win with a stop on the goal line. What can Holy Name's defense learn from that one play? Take that snippet, whatever end goal it was at the 2-yard line, Holy Name could stop with the 1 on the far side. That play alone, chop up the game to that play. What does Holy Name's defense learn from that?
Definitely expect the worst, prepare for the best, right? So I believe that film has prepared them throughout 2 years now. Yes, correct?
Yes.
Yes. 2 years. And things changed like crazy. 2 years ago, both teams were in a different spot. And I believe that we can't go in there thinking, okay, they're going to run similar things, similar this, that, and the third. For sure, maybe the film does line up, but over time, things develop and change. So I think the big thing we have to remember is that it may not always come down to that situation or be like that in the end. You know what I'm saying? Like, it can't – sometimes things don't repeat themselves. And I think as long as we go with the mentality that anything can happen and anything is possible, we'll have the momentum tonight.
I'm going to give you a blank resume, and let's see who North Olmsted went with. A Baldwin Wallace quarterback, a Kent State running back. Who got the ball in the final play of the game?
Oh, boy. I don't think I was there for this one.
You were not with us yet. I believe you were because you did the Normandy game for JV the day after homecoming that year. That was your involvement at that point.
I don't remember.
One of them was a class of 23. One of them was a class of 22.
Let's peek on the paper here. Jared Kelly? Is that who it is?
Jared Kelly, the Kent State running back. They opted to go for Xavier Balson, the Baldwin Wallace quarterback.
I knew that.
He definitely did not know that. But I think what that tells me is, when in doubt, they run the ball at the quarterback. I believe that is what that tells you. I mean, at many points last year, how did Holy Name score their first touchdown against Canfield? Was it Christian Sanchez or was it Javon Williams?
I'm sorry.
Against Canfield, the first touchdown, who scored it? Was it Javon Williams or Christian Sanchez?
I believe it was Christian Sanchez.
It was Javon Williams.
Was it Javon? Okay.
It shows the faith that they have in the quarterback. You can look at little plays. Holy Name, Padua. They gave the ball to Cole in the end zone on the pass. They have trust in the quarterback. Little plays in key moments. That is how you find film of what the team likes to do when the cards are dealt. The back's against the wall. They will go with that, and I think Holy Name can learn from that. Be able to put a QB spy. Be able to be prepared for Horsfall, who's had 2 years to learn from Balson. But defend the QB run and force him to make errors. And I think that is what you learn from one play that took 2 seconds off the clock in a playoff game or near playoff game a couple years ago. And then we already mentioned it. Last question. It's senior night. Does it give Holy Name an extra boost?
Wait a minute. I get to say it. Yes, absolutely. I'm leaving it at that. Yes, absolutely. Parents are here. Families are here. This is a big game, and a lot of people are either going to be here or watching for sure because this is a really special night for a lot of people. For sure.
I 100% agree. This is the most winnable game. This is nothing against North Olmsted, anything against them, but let's look at who Holy Name has played. 2-3 Padua. They got the big win last. Lake Catholic just dismantled a top 15 opponent in Kenston. When I say dismantled, I believe it was 49-14 or something along those lines. And Kenston's a very good team. They absolutely dismantled them. Lake Catholic's a good team. Lindsley, obviously good, and EC, who's gotten a winning streak. Senior night gets the push, and like I said, from what I've heard, one win leads to another. When it rains, it pours. As simple. And speaking of momentum, I could use some here as we go into predictions here. Damian, you're up by 6 games over me going into this week, up by 3 over Cam. I know a couple of these games, I did better than a couple of you guys on this one, but
that's agreeable.
But similar to the Browns at the last point of some seasons, a little bit too late. So we're going to go with game number 1 of this week, Rocky River Valley Forge, River. I all went River. I think Cam did, and the fan vote did it as well. I do not know who the fan vote went with because I forgot. If you want to see it, Holy Name Broadcasting on Instagram and Twitter. I posted it over there. I apologize. I kind of forgot who they posted. I'm going to look it up in the meantime, but are you really surprised that Rocky River got the win?
No, definitely a tough program. I'm very fortunate to know a lot of them actually personally. So they're a very good team, and they do bond together in and outside the field. Well, on and off the field, sorry.
Everyone said Rocky River for that game. Another one where everyone agreed, Elyria Catholic getting the win over Lakewood. Hector Garcia and co. They're looking really good for a late playoff rush.
Good duo. Good duo.
Game number 3, Westlake Buckeye. The battle of 4-0s in the GLC. Buckeye 5-0 for the first time since 2017. Coach Dennison, 200th win. Nothing else to say. Buckeye, I think we all had them winning. Not really surprised.
Tough competitor.
So far, the trend of everyone being right except the fan vote continues. Buckeye Valley beating Fairview. The fan vote went Fairview. Really can't blame them, but Buckeye Valley just the better team on the day. Game number 5, we all got this one wrong. Bishop Watterson. I would think I would have went with them if they beat Padua more convincingly. I saw that one, and it's a 24-21 game against Padua. I think it kind of scared me off a little bit. I believe it did for you as well.
Yeah.
Chardon, though, very good team. They'll bounce back for sure. And the one I got wrong here, Damian, you went down on the ship with me along with the fan vote. Cam, Lone Wolf, VASJ, and the Vikings, who beat us in Cam and I's commentary debut a couple years ago, got the win over Gilmore in convincing fashion. I mean, are you surprised?
Not really.
I can't say I'm surprised. I can't say I'm either. I could have gone either way with this. I'm just surprised it was by such a different length opposed to a close game.
Yeah, that's true.
And then flipping the page, going to a surprise, not really surprise here. The fan vote put Ignatius, but Hoban 35-zip win. The Knights are looking really good this year.
Definitely. Tough competitor. Tough.
And then the fan vote got one right here. Benedictine, their first win in Ohio since I believe October of 2021, Friday Night Lights posted. Beating Bucknell this afternoon. Shout out former Holy Name student Nehemiah Seals getting a win over there. His first win in Ohio with Benedictine, if I'm not mistaken. But how's this new era of Benedictine stacking up? They're finally getting back to things. Any takeaways from that?
I just think that over time you go through tough roads, and tough roads lead you onto a better path, and they're taking a better path right now. I
think that's the case with Ignatius. I think there's a year behind what Benedictine has. They'll be better next year. Right. And then here's one. I Lone Wolf, Cleveland Heights. The Kelsey's school, they did it overtime, 14-15, winning by going for 2 on the last play of the game. I saw the notification on Twitter. I went nuts. The Lone Wolf paid off for the first time, I think, in 5 games. Thank you, Cleveland Heights. You're getting me a little bit closer and making me seem like I have a semblance of what I'm doing here. Because, Damian, you can agree, do I know what I'm doing with predictions?
Sure, yes.
He's saying that to be nice. Okay, then
I am winning.
Game number 10, Cleveland Heights, Cleveland Central Catholic versus Richmond Heights. We don't have a score.
Yeah, can't find a score. That's weird.
We all went Cleveland Central Catholic? Yeah. I mean, nothing else to say there if we don't know the score. A game we do know the score of here. Damian, you went down on Ted Ginn Senior's Hill here along with the fan vote. IMG Academy of Florida, the Ascenders, getting a big win. Glenville got things together towards the end of the game, but the little bit I watched of the game, IMG looked like such a better team compared to the Glenville. Compared to the Glenville, yeah.
Invade? No, I don't want to say it's Invade. But anyways, yeah, it was a tough loss. I was really torn on that game. I don't know why. Just kind of wanted to switch it up, and yeah.
And as I look up Glenville, what they are called, real quick.
What's that?
Tarblooders. There we go, the Glenville Tarblooders. And finally, another Lone Wolf that I did went right. I went Massillon. Over the last 2 years, they've beaten Eds by a combined score of 3. Massillon, 15-13 win. Shout out to One Owens, formerly of Copley. A big night on the ground, over 150 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns. He was the difference in the game. I mean, from what we saw of Copley with the One Owens, It took him 3 games to get an offer from Ashland. Does the one Owens go D1, or does he at least get one D1 offer?
I think he'll get one offer for sure, at least.
I would say DeJuan Owens and Brock Lowry are the best 2 quarterbacks we've seen.
DeJuan.
I can easily say DeJuan Owens is up there with Brock Lowry in talent. And with that takes us to bold predictions here. Damian does not have one.
No, I do actually.
He has one. We'll let him start then.
I do. Wait, before I embarrass myself here, Andrew Cole, you have a passing yards count? From what I've seen on Max Preps, now this
Max Preps is not updated from the last game, by the way.
Say it's not updated because I believe it's still the same. It was 329 was from the last game,
Yes.
and last week it was how many yards was it?
I'm gonna say around 100.
I want to say 100. So I'll say Andrew Cole throws for another 150 rushing yards. I mean, passing yards tonight. Sorry.
Okay, apparently he's like Marcus Mariota passing to himself, running for 150 passing yards there. Very impressive from Andrew Cole if that comes true.
I could see that happen.
But I will stay on the ground here. Xavier Rodriguez, he will run rampant. 250 yards and 3 touchdowns, all purpose, including passing and receiving. I'm not counting kickoffs or anything along those lines. 250 yards, 3 touchdowns. I think Xavier Rodriguez established himself as the best running back, or one of the best running backs in the GLC as its entirety. And finally, keys to victory. We can go back and forth here. Take advantage of turnovers. Damian, what do you have to say about that?
Just like I said earlier, don't get too crazy with it. Yes, the turnover's great, but we need to make sure we drive down the field quick and fast so that we can continue and score.
Run the ball with Xavier Rodriguez, especially near the goal line. Damian, what do you have to add?
We need to do it. If we want to win tonight, we have to do it. I think that is going to be a crucial part of tonight's win.
Going back to the mental aspect of the game, don't get discouraged after a bad play. Don't want to have an error on an error.
There's nothing to say about that. It's just an absolute agreement.
And then HN wants it more than North Olmsted. Whoever wants it more in this game will win. Mr. Airbar's quote in class is the market is undefeated. My quote will be the mentality is undefeated.
I like that.
I'm going to take one of the Airbar-isms, and that will close out our pregame show. Senior night will be starting around 6:20, so around 10-15 minutes from now. That is why we started early. So stay tuned on here as we will bring you senior night as we honor our seniors from band, marching band, drill team, cheer, and the 17 football seniors. Stay on here. You won't want to miss that. And then at 7 o'clock, we'll bring you North Olmsted versus Holy Name football live here. Don't want to go anywhere. Thank you for tuning into the pregame show. We'll be back on shortly. New scoreboard before we go. Looks nice, doesn't it? Took a lot of effort. Hopefully you appreciate it at home, but still, it appears the teams are about to clear off the field, so we'll be on in a couple minutes to bring you senior night.
Serpentini Stadium, home of Pregame football. Tonight we will recognize our senior athletes and their parents. On behalf of President Shelwood Block, Principal Molly Chris, Athletic Director Rich Koza, and our coaching staff, we want to thank our seniors and their parents for their support at Holy Name High School. Now let's meet our football seniors. Starting with number 2, Zach Sambo. Zach is being escorted by his parents, LaDonna and Ron Zambo. He has played football for 3 years. Zach is undecided on where he will attend college next year. His favorite HN sports moment is beating Paddle in the regional championships last season. He will always remember joking around and having fun with his teammates. Zach Zambo, everyone! Next up is number 7, Colin Nasco. Colin is being escorted by his parents, Victoria and David, and his sister, Brianna. He played football for 4 years and plans to attend the University of Cincinnati to study electrical engineering. His favorite football moment is playing in the Final Four last season. I will always remember the community and his teammates. Colin Nasco, everyone! Next up is number 10, Rayshawn Anderson. Rayshawn is being escorted by his parents, Rose and Rob, and his brother, Ravon. He has played football for 4 years and basketball for 2 years. He is undecided on college, but would like to study sports marketing. His favorite sports moment is beating EC in the GLC Championships last year. He will always remember the life lessons on and off the field and the fun he had with his teammates. Rayshawn Anderson, everyone! Next up is number 11, Andrew Cole. Andrew is being escorted by his parents, Angel and Andrew, and his grandma, Carmen Smith. He has played football for 4 years, basketball and baseball for 2 years. He is undecided for college, but is considering Westminster College, Otterbein, Ashland, or Toledo. His favorite sports moment is his iconic game-winning touchdown versus Paddle his sophomore year. He will always remember creating a bond with his teammates and being a good influence on others. Andrew Cole, everyone! Next up is number 13, Luke Kligerman. Luke is being escorted by his parents, Rachel and Eric, as well as his brother Tyler. He has played football for 2 years and basketball for 3 years. Luke has a 3.2 GPA and plans to attend OU to study finance. He will always remember winning the regional championship against Padua and playing football with his friends. Luke Kligerman, everyone! Next up is number 15, Will Dix Jr. Will is being escorted by his mom, Vanessa, and his guardians, Jess and Mike Kelly. He has played football for 4 years and baseball for 1 year. Will has second honors for 4 years in a row with a 3.3 GPA. He was named second team all-conference last season. He plans to major in being a veterinarian and minor in sports medicine. Will's favorite sports moment is breaking the school football record for wins in a season, going 12-3 and making it to the Final Four, and he will always remember the countless hours of studying. Will Dixon, everyone! Next up is number 23, Dominic Costanzo. Dominic is being escorted by his parents, Amy and Tony, and his older brother, AJ. He has played football for 4 years. Dominic is a GLC Scholar athlete, has second honors, and holds a 3.3 GPA. He plans to study business in college. His favorite sports moment is becoming a Banshee, and will always remember Banshee Mondays and being a part of the team that made it to the Final Four. Dominic Costanzo, everyone! Next up is number 27, Vince Costanzo. Vince is being escorted by his parents, Amy and Tony, and his older brother, AJ. He has played football for 4 years. Vince is a GLC scholar and wants to study computer science next year either in Akron or Toledo. His favorite sports moment is reaching the Final Four and will always remember his moments with his teammates. Vince Costanzo, everyone! Next up is number 33, Alex Bowden. Alex is being escorted by his parents, Christine and Steve. He has played football for 4 years and is a member of the National Honor Society and Student Ambassadors. Alex is planning to attend college but undecided on where and what he will study. His favorite HM moment is beating Padua 28-21 in the regional semifinals his sophomore year. He will always remember all the great people he has met at Holy Name. Alex Bowman, everyone! Next up is number 44, Evan Straczynski. Evan is being escorted by his parents, Mickey and John. He has played football for 4 years and wrestling for 1. Evan is a member of National Honor Society, Medical Club, Choir, a musical, and has a 4.0 GPA. He is undecided for college but would like to study forensic biology and minor in music. His favorite sports moment is coming back to beat EC in the GLC Championship game and will always remember the hard work pays off and the box still alive. Evan Straczynski, everyone! Next up is number 54, Alex Beaufair. Alex is being escorted by his parents, Tina and Nick. He has played football for 4 years and track for 3 years. He is undecided for college but wants to study engineering. His favorite sports moment is beating Padua in the playoffs and will always remember the box. Alex Beaufair, everyone! Next up is number 55, Joe Ragone. Joe is being escorted by his parents, Lisa and Frank. He has played football for 4 years and baseball for 3 years. Joe is first honors all 3 years so far with a 3.7 GPA. He is undecided for college but wants to study engineering. He will always remember making it to the Final Four and that being a part of a sports team has prepared him for his future. Joe Ragone, everyone! Next up is number 59, Julian Rodriguez. Julian is being escorted by his parents, Sabrina and Brandon. He has played football for 4 years and his favorite sports moment is beating Padua in the playoffs. He will always remember all the people and the friends he has made at HN. Julian Rodriguez, everyone! Next up is number 72, Richard Ham. Richard is being escorted by his parents, Susan and Richard. He has played football for 4 years and baseball for 1. He currently holds a 3.7 GPA and plans to study computer engineering and science in college. His favorite sports moment is beating Padua 56-21 last season in the playoffs. I will always remember the school rallies. Richard Ham, everyone! Next up is number 73, Anthony Holbrook. Anthony is being escorted by his parents, Kristen and Brian, and brother Vinny and Dominic. He has played football for 4 years and enjoys weightlifting and spending time with his friends. He plans on attending Cleveland State and studying computer science. His favorite sports moment is playing with his brothers Dominic and Vinny 2 years ago on senior night in a game. He will always remember making it to the Final Four last year. Anthony Holbrook, everyone! Next up, number 77, Dominic Holbrook. Dom is being escorted by his parents, Kristen and Brian, and his brothers Vinny and Anthony. He has played football for 4 years and also enjoys weightlifting. He wants to study computer science or go to a trade school. His favorite moment is getting on the field with his brothers, Dominic and Anthony and Vinny on senior night. You'll always remember when Coach Everett told them about the ghost of Holy Name his freshman year. Dominic Holbrook, everyone. And finally, number 75, Rashad Hartnett. Rashad is being escorted by his parents, Jennifer and Corey, his sister View, and his brothers Khalil and Jameer. He has played football for 4 years and basketball for 1. He plans to study business management or sports management next year. His favorite sports moment is beating Padua last year, 56-21. And will always remember the community and the atmosphere at the game. Rashad Hartnett, everyone! Give it up one more time for your football seniors! moment is going to the Final Four and will always remember meeting her friends she has now. Taylor Hernandez, everyone. Next up is Lauren Conshin. Lauren is being escorted by her parents, Nona and Lance, and her brother Nathan. She has cheered all 4 years in range track for one. She has an academic honors for all 4 years and is undecided on college next year. She will always remember going to the Final Four last year and cheering on the sidelines with her friends. Lauren Conshin, everyone. Next up is Madison Lincana. Madison is being escorted by her parents, Nicole and John, her brother Aiden, and sister Haley. She has cheered for all 4 years and been in dance for 14 years. She is GLC first team member of medical club and a 2-year captain. She would like to study nursing and will always remember the bus rides and making memories with her best friends. Madison Lincana, everyone. Next up is Maggie Potter. Maggie is being escorted by her parents, Katie and Tom, and sister Bridget. She has cheered all 4 years. She is undecided on what to study for. She most wants to study psychology, but is undecided where she wants to go for college. Her favorite moment is cheering in the Final Four and the bus ride to games. She always remembers everything that she and her team has accomplished and the friendships she has made. Maggie Potter, everyone. Next up is Emily Tomasi. Emily is being escorted by her parents, Michelle and Joseph, and her twin sister and fellow cheerleader, Sarah. She has cheered for 3 years at age and 9 years competitively. She is a GLC Scholar athlete and holds first and second honors. Her favorite moment is cheering against Canfield in the Final Four and will always remember meeting her best friends and getting to cheer with them. Emily Tomasi, everyone. And finally for the cheerleaders, Sarah Tomasi. Sarah is being escorted by her parents, Michelle and Joseph, and her twin sister and fellow cheerleader, Emily. She has cheered for all 4 years and 9 years competitively. Sarah is a member of NHS, has first honors, a GLC Scholar athlete, GLC first team, and a 2-year captain. She wants to study nursing next year. Sarah's favorite moment is cheering in the Final Four and will always remember the people she has met along with friends and memories she has made throughout these 4 years at Holy Name. Sarah Tomasi, everyone. Give one last round of applause for your cheer seniors. Now let's meet our band and drill team seniors. Starting with Sarah Bell. Sarah is being escorted by her parents, Colleen and Michael. Sarah has been on the drill team for 3 years and is also co-captain. She has first honors, a 4.1 GPA, member of NHS, senior class secretary, drama club president, does campus ministry and music ministry, along with Pro Life Club. She plans to major in history next year and will always remember being able to laugh and have fun with her friends at every moment. Sarah Bell, everyone! Next up is Ryan Greenhill. Ryan is being escorted by his parents, Lisa and Steve. He has been in marching band for 4 years and is co-president. He also participates in esports, the spring musical, and symphonic band. He plans to attend CSU and study computer science. You will always remember all the funny times he had during football games and Cedar Point. Ryan Greenhill, everyone! Next up is Libby Hammer. Libby is being escorted by her parents, Jim and Lisa Hammer. She has been in the marching band for 4 years. Libby is a member of NHS, holds a 4.6 GPA, and a member of Academic Challenge and Jazz Band. After graduation, she plans to major in chemistry. She will always remember playing the alma mater at the end of each game. Libby Hammer, everyone! Next up is Noah Hernandez. Noah is being escorted by his mother, Jennifer. He has been in marching band for 2 years. He plans to major in musical theater at either NYC or BW. You will always remember Charlie in the school's project of Guys and Dolls. Noah Hernandez, everyone. Next up is Eric Jackson. Eric is being escorted by his parents, Lee and Ron. He has been in marching band for 4 years and also played esports for all 4 years on the varsity Overwatch team. He plans to attend CSU and study mechanical engineering. He will always remember all the friends he has made while on the drum line. Eric Jackson, everyone! Next up is Savannah Manzi. Savannah is being escorted by her parents, Kimberly and John. She has been in marching band for 3 years, symphonic band for 4 years, jazz band for 2 years, and a part of music ministry for 2 years. She plans to double major in illustration and environmental studies at Oberlin College. She will always remember participating in the pep rallies with the whole school. Savannah Manzi, everyone! Next up is Riley McDonald. Riley is being escorted by her parents, Christine and Edward. She's been a part of drill team for 4 years and a captain for 2 years. She holds a 4.5 GPA as a member of the drama club, stage crew, coffee club, and NHS. She will like to minor in Latin and is exploring majors in journalism and political science. She will always remember marching in the St. Patrick's Day parade and the bond she has formed with her teammates. Riley McDonald, everyone! Next up is Kayla Rossifer. Kayla is being escorted by her parents, Stephanie and Dave. She has been on marching band for 4 years. After graduation, she plans to study psychology at the University of Cincinnati. She will always remember going to Cedar Point. Kayla Rossifer, everyone! Next up is Matthew Selby. Matthew is being escorted by his parents, Matt and Megan. He has been in the marching band for 4 years and bowling for 3 years. He is a member of music ministry and stage crew. He will always remember when his hat broke from jumping because we beat Paddle and all the people he's met along the way. Matthew Selby, everyone! And finally, Misty Roylock. Misty is being escorted by her mom, Rhonda, and sister Murray. She has been in marching band for 4 years and softball for 2. She is a member of the Medical Careers Club, Empower Her Club, Art Club, Vice President of the Marching Band, and a member of NHS with first honors and a GPA of 1.1. She will be attending the University of Cincinnati to major in health sciences and pre-med. She will always remember all the great students and teachers at HN and the tremendous amount of opportunities that Holy Name has allowed her to take advantage of. Misty Whitelock, everyone! Now let's hear it one more time for our seniors, the class of 2024! On behalf of the entire Holy Name family, we wish all of our seniors good luck as they move forward. to week 5 of high school football. Holy Name High School President Shelby Black, Principal Molly Chris, and Athletic Director Richard Kozo would like to extend each of you a cordial welcome to the Saturday night football game. The Green Wave of Holy Name and the Eagles of North Olmsted are members of the Ohio High School Athletic Association and abide by the high standards of conduct, competition, and relations with member schools. The officials assigned to this game have been assigned according to procedures adopted by the OHSAA. Tonight's referee is Tim Ward. Umpire is Larry Bass III. Line judge is Matthew Nagoski. Linesman is Matthew Despot. And back judge is Michael Mills. We stand for the playing of the Holy Name Alma Mater, followed by the Star Spangled Banner.
A beautiful, crisp Saturday afternoon here at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium as we bring you Holy Name football on your home for all Holy Name sports, Holy Name Athletics YouTube. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this broadcast between the 0-4 Holy Name Green Wave and the 0-4 North Olmsted Eagles. I am Nathan Smee. Alongside me, Damian Webb on the call tonight. His first call of the season with us. And we have a great game for it today. I mean, Holy Name has some good guys coming back into the lineup today. Jeffrey Bird out another week, unfortunately, but 3 big players coming back. I believe Colin Dosco active after the concussion. Rayshawn Edgerton, a season debut after the injury he had last year. And then the big one, Nick Nemeth. After a collarbone injury, he'll be making his Holy Name varsity debut. How do they play into Holy Name's system today, and how do they help us get a big win?
Definitely, they have got some reps throughout the week, and definitely just testing waters out and see how they do. And tonight's going to give them an opportunity to shine, especially on senior night for Rayshawn as well.
And definitely a big player to watch tonight. Xavier Rodriguez, 166 yards last week at Dan Reeser Stadium, and his family ties to North Olmsted. He looks to have a big night against the school that his family, I believe his brother definitely went to. And we'll be going to the field now to bring you this game. It's going to be an exciting game tonight here. Senior night already a great night. A lot of cheers in the stands, a lot of fans in the crowd tonight for senior night. Definitely what you want to see here. But how will senior night as well play into this game?
I think senior night is definitely a big momentum booster. I see on the screen, well, I don't know if you can see on the screen, but I see down there number 11, Andrew the Great Cole. Definitely ready for this. Big families here tonight. This is probably the fullest we've been this season, I would say, at a home game. So definitely a lot of support, and it's going to play a big momentum booster for the Namers.
And you see at the top of your screen, North Olmsted making their way onto the field now for a game. Tommy Horsfall, their quarterback, the junior. What does he have to do tonight for the Eagles to help them get a big victory?
He's just got to play how he's been playing. He's a pretty good quarterback. I mean, the team needs chemistry together. We've also struggled with our own chemistry, so if we can find chemistry, it'll be a good game, but I think we're going to have a better game with the win tonight.
As the wording of some of the coaches, North Olmsted being hit with the injury bug, their main running back, Logan Dangerfield, out today, along with receiver Colin Willard and another injury, Hayden Rios. Hayden, if you're watching at home, we send our best wishes to you. We're hoping you make a speedy, but more importantly, a healthy recovery from a scary injury. Definitely hoping he's okay. And know of our continued prayers for you. Not only at Holy Name Broadcasting, but all of Holy Name High School is rooting for you, number 3. And one more thing before going into tonight. It's a must-win game. Who do you think has more pressure to get that must-win?
I definitely think the Namers have the most amount of pressure. Putting on a show tonight. Again, a lot of family here, a lot of friends, and if we want a shot at the end of a really good season and to continue into that November football playoff time, I think we have to win tonight.
And Holy Name will have a prime opportunity to do so. Now, starting on the defensive as Chase Jossity chose to be here tonight opposed to the soccer game. He'll be a big proponent for tonight, kicking for the Green Wave. Definitely a talented kicker, one of the best that we've seen when it comes to technical ability on special teams, especially when it comes to onside kicks. Last week had that recovery where he kicked it and recovered it himself. A great athlete, number 35. Continues the tradition that he had last year of a lot of great onside kicks, especially if Holy Name does run it. Look for Colin Dasco on the far side of your screen, and once we zoom back out, he will be, I believe, 2 players in, the 2 behind him being Costanzo and Rodriguez, but Chase Jossity, all eyes on him here to begin this game, and then all eyes will be on Tommy Horsfall in the offense for North Olmsted to see what they have cooked off to begin what will probably be the second half of their season here once we get after game number 5. The time on our watch being 6:58 here in North Royalton, Ohio, as Jossity will send the ball away on a squib, and we are underway at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium. Hogg gets it off of the squib kick, and the pile will force him down. He'll remain now at around the 37-yard line where junior quarterback Tommy Horsfall and the offense will take over here. Like we said, Horsfall, a great quarterback, kind of a Josh Allen build where he likes to run a lot as well as throw the deep ball. And looking at his receiver side, who are you looking to see him throw the ball to a lot?
Definitely going to throw to Lawrence Stanley, and I'd say Michael
That'll be Michael Pavlis.
So,
the Braden Pavlis, he's on your scrambling the lower side of it here. But first down, 10 ball at the 37-yard line, a double set handoff to begin the game for Pasifumi. Pasifumi does a nice little run there, gets to about the 49-yard line. Quick gain of 12 there from the interim running back. Not a running back by trade, Michael Pasifumi, but the junior filling in due to the amount of injuries. An impressive run to begin there, and it moves the chains immediately for the Eagles.
Definitely going to be a tough competition. You can see the North Olmsted Eagles coming out strong right away.
Pasifumi remains to the left side of Horsfall and gets another carry here. He breaks the tackle, and he'll finally be forced back. The initial hit coming from Straczynski, but a couple of hits get him back to the line of scrimmage at the 49-yard line. A nice recovery there from Holy Name's defense, as it looked like North Olmsted almost had a nice opportunity to break away.
Yeah, definitely. Great job reading the offense on that one.
Now it'll be now second down and 10, nearing midfield here. One run that was successful, one run not so much to begin the game for the Eagles. We have trips left formation with the running back to the right side of the quarterback, Horsfall. Horsfall takes a high snap, drops back, screen pass is caught by Pasifumi, and Fumi is going to be hit. Dasco, the main man in there, along with a couple other, including Cordzidlo, drags him down to the 48-yard line. Quick little gain of 3, but more importantly, moves the Eagles into Holy Name territory.
I can definitely see the Holy Name defense has stepped up immensely from last week. Right away, they seen that he was going on the left side and took care of business. Another
impact player, far side, Rayshawn Ederson. He is now in the game for the Green Wave. He'll have the task of marking Lawrence Stanley. As I would expect to see him potentially get the ball early on here. One of their key players, the sophomore, looking to have a big roll. Pasifumi rolls to the right. Horsfall's hog catches, and he'll be dragged down. Butler's in there. Will Dix gets the final hit there. The final word gets him down to the 47-yard line. Minuscule gain of 1 yard, setting up 4th down and 6, and a decision to make for the coaching staff of North Olmsted. Coach Bredinger looking to see what he'll call, and it appears that he'll have faith in the offense as things stand right now. Horsfall in still at quarterback with Pasifumi to the left.
Definitely an interesting decision by the Eagles there.
And an interesting formation. Now they're going to make the change, sending Cresvin to the far side of the right. Now a trips left set. Pasifumi to the left side of Horsfall. As of right now, there's not a necessary guarantee that they're going to snap the ball here. Formation changes. Horsfall is actually going to punt it himself here. An interesting call. Butler back deep. Ball's going to bounce within the 15 and roll for a Holy Name advantage, getting to around the 16-yard line. I did not realize that Horsfall was about to punt that.
I wasn't really sure what was going on through the head of the coach over there, but something definitely I'm sure we'll see it later on in the game again. I'm definitely not going to see it every time, but I'm sure we'll see it later as well.
It's good for North Olmsted that they have that option. Seeing things like that, once they've proven it, Holy Name now knows what to expect. That can be dangerous. And Horsfall is an athlete. Don't sleep on him. 6'2", 170 as a quarterback, and as well as the defensive back if they put him in. But interested to see how that plays into the game. And now it turns over to Andrew Cole in the Holy Name offense as they try to get things going here and try to get an early lead here. It'll be a doubles right formation with a wing to the right side of Cole as the other man. 1st down 10, Rodriguez, the first carry of the ball game. He almost saw Green in front of him. He gets taken down from behind, however, from the 23-yard line for a gain of 7. Still a nice run, but Rodriguez almost found the gap and it was almost free.
Definitely, I think if we can continue those explosive runs and see the gaps, I think we're going to march downfield very quickly on these Eagles.
And Xavier Rodriguez, after last week, he has all the momentum in the world. I mean, we kind of sat a couple rows behind his parents. You can just tell how happy they were to see Xavier doing so well. And hopefully Neighbor Nation's excited to see more of that tonight. And it'll be 2nd down and 3 now. Rodriguez getting the first 2 carries of the game. He has some room to the right if he can get past the line. He'll be dragged down from behind. The hit coming in from Arden Roman, taking him down at the 27-yard line. And the linebacker are going to say has enough to move the chains for a Holy Name 1st down. Their first of the night.
Great job. I think if we continue to capitalize on the run and get the 1st down, obviously it makes it way easier to march down the field. Cole is out there. He is our GOAT, and I think it's going to be an important part of tonight.
And Andrew Cole, definitely a legend within the Holy Name community, especially if you're looking 10, 15 years down the line. His legacy cemented by what he put in his senior night clip of his catch against Padua. And you've seen in the intro video as the last clip of it every time. That's just how important that play was for the Holy Name community. Well, Dix gets his first handoff of the night on a little bit of a misdirection as he'll be taken down pretty close to the line of scrimmage. They're going to say maybe an inch or 2 in front of it, but still the 27-yard line for a net gain of 0 to set up 2nd down and 10.
Great job by Will Dix. Obviously, he was met by a host of Eagles, and fortunately just wasn't able to break through.
And it'll be the front 3 that they're running so far. So now it'll be Mahmoud along with Jacob Holtz, along with number 85, Brendan Graff, who's normally number 60, but as well can be their kicker. So that'll be something to watch tonight as the Eagles will run their 3-4. Handoff, Rodriguez, left side. He cuts upfield. He has some room to run, and he'll be dragged down from behind. The hit taking him to the 38-yard line. A quick little gain there of 11, setting up Holy Name for a new set of downs.
Definitely great. Like I said, Xavier Rodriguez, Andrew Cole, definitely a big part of this game tonight. I think if they can find their chemistry tonight, it'll lead to an explosive season continuing on.
And as we said in pregame, the belief within Holy Name's locker room is one win will lead to another. That is the belief there. Once you get one, it'll pour and the rest will come. Holy Name is a good team. They should get win number 1 under the belt and they should be set to go. Cole looking to lead them to that. A little bit misdirection, handoff, Dix will take it. He's pushing his way forward after the initial hit, which was around the 40. He stumbles his way to the 43 for a gain of 5, setting up 2nd down and 5.
Great job. I think we're going to be run heavy tonight, of course, and I think it'll prove to work out for us, for sure.
Andrew Cole getting instructions from the sideline. An interesting thing, usually what Holy Name would do in years past is hold the signs. Andrew Cole, he goes over to Coach Les on the sidelines and gets the play call. Besides the play, potentially other things, words of wisdom could be used for him, potential words of encouragement as he is a first-year quarterback.
I definitely think Coach Les is making sure that he's in the right mindset, and if we keep Andrew in that, it would be great.
Rodriguez takes another handoff, running the right side. And he'll be hit down. Flag flies late. It'll be Pasafimi, the original hit, and finished off by Braden Pavlis. Now we'll set up a flag here. And the call will be holding against the Green Wave, and that will back them up. First flag of the night goes against the Green Wave. Minuscule gain on the play, but Holy Name would rather have that than the position they're in now. They'll now set up a second down and long for Holy Name as they're still tracking back here. Substitutions will be made in the meantime as Dasco checks in on offense for towards it. The ball now officially spotted at the 34-yard line for what should be second down and 15.
Definitely interesting. Again, like you said, Andrew Cole receiving word from coach, and now a little bit of a huddle. Usually we do not huddle, and I think maybe this will change.
Jawan Bryant, Colin Dasco on the right. Brendan Price, the lone receiver, on the left with Dix, the wing off of the left tackle. We're going left side of Cole is Xavier Rodriguez. Second down and 14. Cole kind of keeping himself on the ground. He stiff arms, but in the end, the stiff arm ungrasped shoves himself to the ground. And that'll be a loss getting to the 30, so a loss of 4, which will set up third down and 18.
Definitely tough for Andrew Cole. I mean, that's a pretty big boy. Not gonna lie, but if Andrew Cole can use that stiff arm on some of these smaller guys, like for instance number 4, who is Brady Hogg, yeah, it'll definitely come to his advantage if he keeps the ball and runs outfield.
Now setting up third down and long. Third down and 18 for the Green Wave. Ball spotted at their own 30-yard line. Cole, play action, looks to throw now, going to be flushed to his right. He's hit and launches it upfield. North Olmsted's going to take it. They're going to say an incomplete pass before Roman could run it at all. But an interesting option there from Cole, kind of pitch it forward.
Yeah, I was definitely, I mean, he was just trying to get the ball out of his hands. I believe it was number 58, Jacob Holtz, who was coming at him, and as well, Jacob Holtz is a pretty big boy, listed as 240.
Two-sport athlete as well, plays football and wrestling, has offers for football from Wittenberg, Heidelberg, along with BW, and as well, second team GLC last year in honorable mention, all district. The punt, they're going to roll out of bounds at around the 48-yard line where Horsfall and the offense of the Eagles will take over here for the second try. Before they do, we're going to take our first media timeout of the evening. Your score 0-0, 5:03 remaining in the first quarter. We'll be back on momentarily. We are back here at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium. 5:03 remaining in the opening quarter. Holy Name and North Olmsted both 0. I am Smee alongside me, Damian Webb. The first play out of the media timeout is a pitch to Brady Hogg. Hogg taken down at the 45-yard line. So that'll be a loss there on the play of 3 yards. Was up second down and 13. A nice job there from Holy Name to get a tackle for loss.
Definitely a great job. Holy Name defense, again, wants to make the tackles, wants to end the play as soon as they can.
Nice job on the far side to read the play and make sure they got that hit on Brady Hogg. Impressive night last time out. 6 receptions, 100 yards for him against Buckeye last week. Second down and 13. The handoff will go to Pasafumi. And Pasafumi actually well behind where the pile is. Forward progress gives him a very generous spot at the 47-yard line. An interesting spot there given from the judge on that one. It looked like he was well behind where they give him.
Yeah, I definitely thought he was a little bit behind and continuously pushed. But I guess we're going to go with 47.
Holy Name's defense now has to deal with the cards they've been dealt on third down and 11, trying to force what would be a 3-and-out with their first of the night that they would force. That would be huge to get the ball back in Andrew Cole's hands. Third down, 11, ball at the 47-yard line here for the Eagles. Horsfall looks to throw. Pass over the middle is caught. That is Brady Hogg continuing where he left off against Buckeye a week ago, getting to the 38 of the Green Wave. That's good enough for a North Olmsted first down. A nice throw across the middle there from Tommy Horsfall, finding Hogg on the slant route and getting an easy first down.
Yeah, Tommy definitely, you can see, has some connection with his receivers and definitely reads the field. He had some time in the backfield, and I think if we eliminate some of that time, it'll stop some plays like that.
An excellent job for him to get the ball over Dix's head there. It looked like that potentially could have been a house call if Dix got up there. New set of downs, handoff, and the ball carrier for the Eagles being Jeffries, taken down at the 38-yard line, so a net gain of 0 there. We'll just have second down and 10. Evan Trzynski, one of the seniors, one of the 17 seniors for Holy Name, getting his first tackle of the night. North Olmsted is going to work quickly here now. Trips right on second down and 10. They're going to take a second here to slow things down. Pass to Fumi now back in the backfield. Lone receiver on the near side being Kurtz, and 3 out to the right. Horsfall looks to throw. Plenty of time as he's going to run out to the right side. Dix meets him. He's actually going to get away from Will Dix, and finally being hit there. Another tackle from Evan Trzynski. This one getting to the 32-yard line. A gain of 6 there, and a long 6 yards for Tommy Horsfall.
Definitely a long 6 yards. But definitely impressed by Evan as well, making tackles left and right. So he's definitely been a big contributor to tackles this year.
As we said earlier in the pregame show, QB spy will be huge tonight for Holy Name. If they can run it effectively, that'd be nice. And Horsfall met immediately as Alex Vothair getting in on the tackle. His first tackle of the game gets him to the 34-yard line, which will force a loss of 1 and force the hand of the Eagles here on 4th down and see what they're going to do.
I think genuinely they might go for this one. A little bit of a weird formation.
It kind of looks like a punt formation potentially here. 3 stacked on the left side, 2 to the right. Horsfall's going to play it. The pass is caught by Pasafumi. He's going to stumble, and he's going to be taken down. He barely gets back to the line of scrimmage. An excellent job from Holy Name's defense coming up clutch on 4th down and giving Andrew Cole and the offense back possession.
Definitely great, and as we talked about turnover plays, it's going to be a big momentum booster for Holy Name. Let's make sure we continue to drive down the field with the ball.
And Joey Ragone on the tackle there. 2 replays right in a row there. 2 great plays, one by Vothair, the other one by the other senior, Joey Ragone. Now Holy Name gets the ball back, and we talked about turnovers. This is just a turnover on downs, but Holy Name, they need to take advantage of this right now.
This is definitely a good moment to score. And definitely it would be great to end the first quarter.
A quick first quarter as less than 2 minutes remain, and we're only 13 minutes into the contest. Cole gets a snap, hands the ball off. Rodriguez will take it up the middle, and he'll be taken down by Andrew Damian, I should say, around the 38-yard line. And Stadium, they're going to give credit to Arden Roman on the tackle, but it looked like number 25, Damian, got in on the tackle there. Just have second down and 5 after the gain of 5 from Rodriguez.
Everybody gets the tackle.
Remember a couple of years ago, the man caught a host of Eagles on a lot of tackles being used a lot of times 2 years ago. What was an incredible 12-7 game.
Yeah, definitely could feel a tight matchup, of course, tonight as well.
2 low-scoring offenses so far this season. Look to put some points on the board as Rodriguez. He's been taken down, stripped from behind on the far side at the 42-yard line. Once again, he was very close on that far outside edge to breaking free.
I think if he gets to that outside edge, it's going to be unstoppable, and he will definitely continue to march on the field. It's just he cannot get there.
And you can see it here on the stretch left. He just gets tripped up from behind. He had room on the far outside edge, but tiptoe down the hash marks. Just was unable to get there in the end. Instead of 3rd down and 2, probably 4-down territory for Holy Name, considering how aggressive Coach Wondolowski wants to be. Handoff, Rodriguez, and he will be pretty close. They're going to say a yard shy at the 43-yard line. That'll be a gain of 1, which will set up 4th down and 1. And time is slowly beginning to run out here.
10 seconds on the clock.
And it appears that Holy Name will run out the clock as the time ticks to 0 at the end of the first quarter. Your score in this GLC crossover match, Holy Name 0, the North Olmsted Eagles 0. We'll take a media timeout here and be back on in a few moments. You're watching Holy Name football on your home for all Holy Name sports. Holy Name Athletics YouTube. We'll be back on after the break. A quick quarter in the books here at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium. 0-0 is your score. I am Night Festivities alongside me, Damian Webb on the call this evening. 4th down and 1 here to begin the quarter. A big play. Will Dix easily gets the first down and gets some more as he stumbles his way forward, gets to the 45-yard line of the North Olmsted Eagles. That's plenty good enough for a Holy Name first down.
Holy Name not wasting any time right off the snap. Definitely going to be used again.
And something to watch here, Nick Nemeth was in on that play as the wing in place of Will Dix there. As he remains in the game, it will be interesting to see when he gets his first touch on varsity. It'll be him to the left side of Andrew Cole. Behind him, William Dix on 1st down and 10. Ball spotted at the 45-yard line. Will Dix hit immediately and then pass a Fumi. It will get a hit, and then the final tackle in from Bowman, getting him down at the 46-yard line for a quick loss there on the play of 1. Nice job from North Olmsted's defensive line there to penetrate the offensive line and get there and easily take down the running back.
Definitely impressed with North Olmsted's defense as well as Holy Name's offense. Everyone's holding their blocks and kind of just paying attention and not letting anything too crazy happen.
It's going to be a tight game. We know that. I don't think either team has put up above 30 this season so far. Both teams look to change that. It'll be Jawan Bryant out wide right, Preisel Dasco to the left. Cole, play action, looks to throw here on 2nd down and 11. Plenty of times he steps up, launches for Dasco, who's wide open. He catches it, and he'll be taken down at the 5-yard line. Welcome back, Colin Dasco. That's a big play. That's a first down, and Holy Name enters the red zone for the first time tonight.
Definitely glad Colin Dasco's back in. Definitely going to be a crucial part of tonight. A little bit of awkward catch behind his back. I believe if he would have been a little bit forward, he would have got that touchdown, but great catch overall.
We're going to spot him down at the 8-yard line after that. It'll be a sideline warning against North Olmsted as their coach on the far sideline getting the call essentially given to him from the official over there. And it'll be 1st down and goal at the 8 now for Holy Name as they look to punch it in and strike first blood tonight. Nemeth remains in the game to the left of Cole. Behind him is Will Dix, who gets the handoff here on 1st down and goal. And he has some room. He'll be taken down on kind of a clothesline at around the 2-yard line. A quick little gain there of 6 on the play from William Dix.
If the pads aren't cracking, you ain't
smacking.
Yeah, that's right.
That's your quote there. And we're going to run it quickly here. Flag on the play. I believe it'll be a false start against the Green Wave. Now pushing back. Unnecessary to run up there and quickly get it in. We tried that against Elyria Catholic and did not find success on it, especially looking at that 3rd and 4th down and goal on the goal line where the Panthers defense held up nicely against the Green Wave trying to get through.
Most definitely. As someone just shot it down there, don't let it get to you. Obviously just a minor setback. Let's hope for a major comeback on this play, for sure.
This is now a time where you could see a screen pass potentially employed by the Green Wave, depending on the personnel they send out on the field. As we can see Dasco in there, Preisel, as well as, I believe, Jawan Bryant, Will Dix will be the personnel for Holy Name in the skills, along with Andrew Cole, the quarterback. 2nd down and goal at the 6-yard line. Cole takes a snap, looks to throw here. Pass is incomplete as he was intending to find Colin Dasco in the back of the end zone, just ricocheting off of the hands of the outstretched Dasco.
Definitely think if Colin would have had another step or two in advance, he would have caught them, but I'm going to bring up his 3rd down, 6, yes. 3rd
down and goal at the 6 here. This is 4-down territory. I don't think this is an opportunity where Holy Name takes a field goal. I do not see Jostity on the sideline on Coach Wondolowski's hip. It appears they're going to stay with the offense regardless of the outcome of this play. The 3rd down and goal. Holy Name kind of run out of the huddle here pretty quickly. 2 backs to Dix and Nemeth to the either side of Andrew Cole. Handoff will go to Nick Nemeth as he gets to the side and we force down at around the 4-yard line. A nice job there. Pass of Fumi, I believe, as well as Brady Hogg in on the tackle for the Eagles. And our prediction will be right. Andrew Cole goes to Coach Les for the play call on 4th down and goal.
I definitely do like this, a little bit of a play call and then right into a huddle. I think it helps build better communication. Making sure everybody knows what they're doing.
Holy Name in the last game, 0 for 1 on 4th down and goal. Let's see if they can change that here. The trips right set with the running back to the left side of William Dix. 4th down and goal. Cole looks to throw. Pass is caught! Touchdown, Holy Name! Nick Nemeth, his first varsity touch is a house call. Holy Name takes the lead.
Great job by the receivers there. Obviously, everyone lines up right in the middle. Beautiful shot by Andrew Cole, and which is very able to capitalize on that.
Nick Nemeth wide open there on the slant. The corner was marking him with the opposite direction. Nick Nemeth, this is what Holy Name's been missing. We knew going into the season he probably would have been a two-way starter, but the collarbone held him out. But Holy Name will take that he's back, and an impressive start to his varsity football career. Just like baseball, making an immediate impact with football on his first touch. And that one going through the uprights will be good for Chase Jostity, and we have a score here. 7-0 is your score on senior night. 9 minutes left to go here in the first half. We're going to get a break here. You are watching Holy Name versus North Olmsted football on your home for all Holy Name sports. Holy Name Athletics YouTube. We're back on after the media timeout. We are back after the media timeout. Nick Nemeth, if you're just tuning in, 4-yard receiving touchdown to give Holy Name a 7-0 lead with 9 minutes left to go in the first half. Damian, an impressive catch there on the slant from Nemeth, who turned his cornerback, marking him the opposite direction. Holy Name's been missing Nick Nemeth. How much of an impact will he have for the rest of the season based off that play alone?
Based on that play alone, I definitely think we're going to see him a lot out there, and he's definitely going to be a man for Cole to look forward to.
Jostity sends the ball away on a squib, and will be taken in by Hogg around the 30-yard line, where the Eagles will begin their ascent towards the end zone. Hogg taken down at around the 37-yard line, 38 they're going to give him. Similar position to where Horsfall and the offense took over on their first possession, but this will be their first possession of the second quarter. What has gone wrong for the Eagles on offense so far?
On offense, I just don't think they're able to connect. Obviously, they get these big plays, and they get these big chunk yards, and then it's small plays and small errors and small mistakes that add up, and unfortunately it causes that fourth down, and they just haven't been able to capitalize on that.
I think the story of the game so far for Holy Name is welcome back injured players. Colin Dasco set up the Nemeth touchdown. 2 guys out last week, making big impacts on their return. We have trips left set here to begin. First down and 10, ball at the 38-yard line. Horseball, screen pass, caught by Hogg on the far side. And Hogg taken down by Aiden Butler, forced on the far side at the 43-yard line for a gain of 5. Once again, it seems to be the storyline for both teams. Shedding one tackle, all that's in front of them is green.
Definitely, yeah, it's definitely a close tackling game. People are really close, and overall, I just want to say defense on both sides is great. Defending as well.
Whistle will blow here. And an official timeout will be for Colin Dasco as Casey Eastep will step in on this play. Dasco appears to be grabbing around the back of his head. There's something to monitor for the rest of the night, as North Olmsted, after the gain of 4, looks to continue things now on second down and what they'll call 5 now. Personnel switching sides here as Stanley will switch sides with Kresman here. Second down and 5 for the Eagles. Graff sent in motion. Horsfall looks to throw now. Plenty of time. Maybe a flush out to the right side. Being trailed by Regano. Dix coming down for him too. Horsfall gets past them. Runs with ease out of bounds. Getting to around the 43-yard line. Switching sides of the field for a gain of 10. And an easily enough for an Eagle first down.
Definitely some powerful legs. Was able to capitalize. As you can see on the replay, he runs right. Beautiful right down the line. I gotta give him credit for that.
Eastep, the last man there to force him out of bounds. Will Diggs does a nice job there, coming off of his line, trying to get to Horsfall. He read it nicely. Horsfall, just a better player on that play, as he looks to continue things now, looking to throw. Launches downfield for Stanley, and it is incomplete, just out of the reach of the sophomore. But Aiden Butler there out in coverage had 2 or 3 steps to regain there on the throw to Stanley.
Yeah, definitely, definitely great that didn't catch up, because like you said, he would have had to regain some steps, and he might have been able to get into the end zone.
4 receptions for 64 yards last week from Stanley. An impressive outing there. As long as Horsfall, we're going to see he wants to throw the ball. 35 passing attempts last week against Buckeye, along with 11 carries. His 2 touchdowns of the game coming on the ground for 59 yards, along with 179 passing yards. Horsfall can do it all, and he looks here to do something. He give it off to Hogg on the pitch. And Hogg, he's going to be hit. A little bit of a weird tackle there on the far side. I believe that will be Aiden Butler making another tackle there. Quick little gain there, getting him to the 37-yard line. Setting up 3rd down and manageable now for the Eagles.
A good stop here would be great for the Holy Name defense and to force that 4th down.
Receivers sacked, 2 on either side with a lone running back to the left side of Horsfall. Handoff will go to Pasifumi, who gets the 1st down. He'll be dragged down from behind at around the 27-yard line. Estep pushes him down at the end. I believe Rodriguez is in on the tackle to finally put him down. In stadium, they're giving credit to Will Dix. Either way, it's enough to move the chains again. And Coach Wondolowski has seen enough as he will call timeout here to reset the defense as North Olmsted. They seem to have flipped a switch in their minds as they've been a lot better on this drive compared to the first 2 of the game. And on this time, we'll take an immediate timeout of our own here. 7:18 remains to go in the first half. Holy Name up 7-zip, courtesy of a 4-yard receiving touchdown from Nick Nemeth. We'll be back on in a minute. Seven 18 left to go here in the first half at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium. Holy Name up 7-zip over the North Olmsted Eagles, but the Eagles, they're trying to change this. They've been driving down the field nicely. Out of the timeout, they're going to run a double set here on 1st down at 27. Horsfall launches, pass is caught by Hogg, and he is easily in there for a North Olmsted touchdown. Brady Hogg right over the middle for 27 yards on the crosser.
Hogg was definitely able to capitalize on the crosser, like you said, getting into the end zone. Very well played, thought out by North Olmsted.
And out of the timeout benefits the Eagles more than it does the Green Wave. An attempted dive there, but one of the defensive backs give plenty of open space for Brady Hogg as he easily marches his way into the end zone and is now an extra point attempt away from tying this game up. Hogg on the hold here to try to help his kicker get the extra point up, and it is going to be good. We have a tie ball game, ladies and gentlemen. Your score now, 7-11 left, 7-7. Now the question for you, Damian, which touchdown was more impressive? Was the Holy Name one better, or is Hogg's 27-yard house call more impressive?
You know what? Both very impressive. Well, I'm going to go with Holy Name. Great job to see Nick Nemeth. And, I mean, yes, 27 yards is impressive, but we've definitely seen some great passes by them as well. So.
Yeah, Horsfall did an excellent job finding Brady Hogg there. Horsfall is not afraid to throw up the defense. That one was definitely more impressive. Nemeth did a nice job turning, but that crosser and making a man miss before he even had the ball, very impressive from Brady Hogg. He had an impressive week last week, and he looks to continue that and looks to bring North Olmsted to their first win. It's going to be an exciting game tonight. We look like we're going to have more scoring than we did 2 years ago here on that cold October night. As of right now, what's your score prediction looking at the way things have played out so far?
Ooh. I don't know. 21-14 maybe, and I think it's going to be in the favor of the Namers.
I think we're going to see a lot more scoring. I think going into this game, we thought maybe a possession or two. It's definitely going to be within one possession. If anything like that happens again, Horsfall drove down the field with ease, forced one in to call a timeout, and then capitalized off of it. North Olmsted right now, I hate to say it, is looking like the better team on offense. Ball is sent away on kind of a high sky kick, kind of bounce at the 20. It'll be Jawan Bryant taking it. As you know, it's Xavier Rodriguez in on the kick. Flag's thrown right around where Feliciano was there. I'm assuming it's going to be a block against the Holy Name Green Wave, which will set him back even further and give Andrew Cole even more of a tough task to go with 7:07 left to go in the half.
Definitely some field in front of Andrew Cole on that, pending this call.
Now the refs appear to be making the official call here, but what does Andrew Cole need to do on this possession? Did a nice job finding Colin Dosko, who is on the sideline right now. Who does he turn to now on offense to drive the ball down the field?
I mean, he's got options, and I think Andrew Cole knows that. I think the best thing to do is find the open man. As long as we get that open gap and we have some room, yards add up, and a first down is a first down.
I think if you're the defensive coordinator of the Eagles, your mindset right now is shut down 21. You got to shut down Nick Nemeth. 2 touches, 1 rushing, 1 receiving. The receiving touchdown was huge. If they can shut him down, I think they'll have a lot of success here. But Andrew Cole has a lot of options. Let's see what he goes with. That will be a encroachment against the Eagles as the line stands still, and that should move only out 5 yards. And indeed it will. That makes it a little bit easier now for Andrew Cole to work with. Now he'll get to work at the 24-yard line on first down and 5. Holy Name going to more of a 2 running back set with Nemeth and Dix either side. Cole fumbles it. Nemeth takes it off the ground, and he'll be taken down at the 22-yard line. So be a loss of 2 there on the play, but an excellent job from Nemeth to fall on that ball.
Yeah, definitely Nemeth seeing the ball, and a great job to recover and stop the fumble from being overturned.
Kind of a newer formation for Holy Name, but after that fumble, I would be surprised if we don't see 2 running backs in the backfield for the remainder of the game. You got to supplement when things like that happen. The conditions of the field right now, I don't think are awful. I mean, last week there was that 1 slip zone at Dan Reeser Stadium, but right now, nothing really wrong with the field. I think it was just more of a breakdown there on the snap. Andrew Cole now looks to put it behind him and get Holy Name some work after the loss of 2. He looks to throw now, and he somehow stays on his feet and gets out of that 1 sack, and instead he's taken down within his own 10 at the 8-yard line. As by staying up, it looked like he went back an extra 15 yards. Trying to see where it looks like more like 10. Let's see where he got initially hit here. The initial pressure, I believe, in from Muhammad around the 15-yard line. He gets back to the 8-yard line, which will now set up 3rd down and really long for Holy Name. Back up within their own 10.
I think, unfortunately, Andrew Cole was trying to get rid of the ball as soon as possible, and just no one there for tough loss on the yards.
Andrew Cole did a nice job getting out of the initial tackle, just held onto the ball a little bit too long there, and now has a lot of work to do on 3rd down and 20. And they're going to hand it off here to William Dix, and Dix gets a couple of yards there, gets to the 14, so a gain of 5, but it will not matter, as that is just breathing room for Patrick Soule and the punting unit to go here on 4th down. I mean, if you're North Olmsted's defense right now, you're ecstatic after that big sack.
Definitely ecstatic, and they know that they got quite a bit of time left. They'll probably get the ball back around, I'd say 4:58.
And as we mentioned, this is the danger zone for Holy Name. This is about the time where the wheels come off Eugene and other of these games. This is something to watch here as the punt from Soule rolled to around the 40-yard line. So this will be a very short field for Tommy Horsfall and the North Olmsted Eagles offense to have to work with before they come out of the field. We'll take an immediate timeout here. 4:53 remaining to go in the first half. All tied up at 7 on this senior night. We'll be back on in a minute. We are back here out of the immediate timeout. 4:53 left to go in the first half. 7-7 as North Olmsted gets things underway. 1st down 10. Pass is caught over the middle there from Brady Hogg. An excellent catch, getting him to the 27-yard line. Gain of around 13 there on the play, setting up a North Olmsted 1st down.
Holy Name's defense has to step up here. Definitely put on some blocks, and don't let them get the ball.
There'll be a trips left set now for the Eagles to work with as Horsfall looks to throw again. Pass down the field. Hogg is open and he catches it. Another North Olmsted touchdown. Brady Hogg and Tommy Horsfall have the number of the Green Wave secondary tonight. Another impressive play. Another 27-yard touchdown. 2 in a row. Nothing else to say other than Tommy Horsfall did an excellent job there, throwing right over the secondary. Hogg breaks free there from Aiden Butler and easily gets in the house there Two 27-yard touchdowns for Brady Hogg as the Eagles take their first lead of the night. Pick is up and will be good. Holy Name will now have to play on the defensive with 4:30 left to go in the first half. We'll take a media timeout here. Just a reminder, stay tuned at halftime to watch both the North Olmsted Eagle and Holy Name Green Wave marching bands play their halftime show. Your score 14-7 in favor of North Olmsted. We'll be back on after the break. We are back here. 4:30 left to go in the first half. North Olmsted up 14-7 over the Green Wave. Another 27-yard touchdown from Brady Hogg from Thomas Horsfall. An impressive throw from the junior quarterback.
Impressive, yes.
Ball sent away on a far kick, the furthest kick of the night, as that one will go for a touchback. Was that Holy Name with a far field in front of them, and now all pressure goes back to Andrew Cole in the offense. What do they need to do right now to get the things going back the way they want to if you're Holy Name?
Most definitely drive down the field. Momentum is not in our favor, and we need it back. If we get some momentum and tie up the game going into the half, I think it'll be crucial going into the second half of the game, and it'll make it even more competitive and a tougher game as well.
And Holy Name will start off here. It appears Xavier Rodriguez will remain on the sidelines as this drive begins, as it'll be Dix and Nemeth, the running backs, on first down and 10 at Holy Name's own 20. They have 4:30 to drive down the field and try to make something here. 80 yards in front of him. Andrew Cole, he's shown he's had a strong arm, and another player that he's had the strong arm to, Colin Dasco, back out on the far side of the screen. Interesting to see what that will do. As Cole keeps it here, actually going to toss it out of bounds there. And it'll be a flag. It should be an illegal man downfield, as the coaches are yelling next to us, as it was. Trying to look back on the replay, whatever we have left of it, to see who exactly was downfield. You get to see the whole play, and indeed they do make it the right call. It appears that it is Alex Voth there, the furthest man downfield, should be the man penalized for their Holy Name, as they will start backing up. An unfortunate penalty to give away there. Nothing Voth there really could have done there, as Cole decided to improvise at the end, try to pass the ball away. So now Holy Name will have even further field to work with in front of them, and leaving less time to go. Ball is spotted at the 15-yard line, setting up first down and 15, actually second down and 15. I believe it's a loss of down.
Very tough. I think definitely penalties are going to play in effect tonight, and we just can't let it keep happening.
As now the in-house scoreboard fixed. First down and 15. Ball will be spotted at the 15-yard line here. A traditional doubles left set. I believe the first time we've really seen traditional doubles tonight. Cole looks to throw. Jawan Bryant wide open. That one well over the junior transfer's head, and that'll be an incomplete pass to set up second down and 15 now for Holy Name. Cole had the right idea, just throw it a little bit too far above Jawan Bryant's head. Excellent effort from him. Nothing else he really could have done there on that play. And now as Cole goes back to the huddle, what do you think he's going to say to the guys now on second down and 15?
Run with your heart's content and keep going. Get open as soon as you can. He's going to throw the ball to the most open man, and they got to get open.
Another thing to monitor here, only 9 seconds drilled off the clock so far on this drive from Holy Name. This will draw some more as Cole looks to throw, evades one, launches downfield for Dasco, and it is incomplete. Bobbles out of the hands of Hogg and Dasco as they were fighting for it downfield. A nice long ball thrown by Andrew Cole. The only really option he had on that play, taking a shot downfield, not paying off for Holy Name, and almost a nice interception from Hogg and the Eagles. You can see here on the replay. Ball kind of falling there in no man's land between the two Eagles and the two Namers, setting up third down and 15. The last time Holy Name was backed up this far, they ran the ball. Do they run it on third down and 15, or do they take another shot?
I think you got to take another shot. I mean, if there's any chance of putting on points before we go into the half, I think you got to take that shot.
It'll remain a doubles left set here for the Green Wave with 4:12 remaining. 3rd down and 15. Cole looks to throw here. His Holy Name will remain aggressive. Wide open downfield is Bryant. He throws, and it is incomplete. Well over the head once again of Jawan Bryant. Wide open downfield. Now it will be 4th down and 15, and the punt unit will come back onto the field for the Green Wave. And Holy Name definitely needed that catch right there. Once again, nothing Bryant could have done. Did an excellent job separating. Just an overthrow there from Andrew Cole. And now Patrick Solo comes back onto the field to punt from within his own 5. And the ever-dangerous Brady Hogg will stand at the Holy Name 45 awaiting the punt. That will be not what Holy Name wants to do there. A shorter punt. It will continue to take a Holy Name bounce and die around the 38-yard line. But once again, another short field in front of Tommy Horsfall and the Eagles with only around 40 seconds rolled off the clock from that possession from the Green Wave.
Definitely need to push the Eagles back. If they can push the Eagles back, continue holding on defense, and shut down this big play, it'll definitely give Holy Name some momentum with whatever time they have with the ball back.
And as they come out onto the field, our next game will be next Friday as Holy Name goes to Medina County to take on Buckeye. The 5-0 Buckeye, they're 5-0 for the first time since 2017. We'll be there with the pregame show starting at its usual time of 6 p.m. Kickoff at 7 p.m. from Buckeye High School. Horsfall looking to throw, rolling out to his left. Screen caught by Hogg, and he gets some room to cut upfield. Stays in bounds. Does a nice job there on the sideline tap, as that should be enough for a 1st down, as they're going to rule him down to 27. Gain of 11 there on the play from Brady Hogg. What looked to be a minimal gain at first. You can see here on the replay. Does an excellent job. A last-second block, I believe, from Pasafumi on the far side. And a toe tap on the sideline gets him to where he needs to go. Trips right now on 1st down and 10 at the 27. Brady Hogg might get the ball again. And instead, they're going to opt to give it to Lawrence Stanley, as he will get past the 25 to around the 23-yard line. The first time the ball is not going to Hogg on the 27-yard line from a pass.
I was getting a little nervous about the 27-yard line there, to be truthful with you.
There's an infamous 27 club, but I don't think that's the 27 club that Holy Name wants to have tonight. As it'll be 2nd down and 6, ball to 23-yard line now. Horsfall hands the ball off to Hogg, and Hogg, he's still on his feet, rushing his way into the red zone and getting to the 15-yard line, a gain of 8 there on the play. Hogg and Horsfall making sure that the chainsmen on the far side are getting their workout in as they have to move the chains once again for an Eagle 1st down. Just like the last drive, the Eagles going down the field with ease on the Green Wave defense. Holy Name still does have 2 timeouts. Pass is caught by Stanley. He does a nice job to stay in bounds before being dragged out of bounds at around, I'm going to say, the 8-yard line by Straczynski. But North Olmsted tonight doing an excellent job being shifty on their feet and staying in bounds and staying on their feet when they really should be tackled a couple of yards back. As realistically, Stanley should have been down around the 11 or 12. Instead, he finds himself at the 8-yard line.
Definitely giving up too many yards on each play. If they can contain the yards, it would definitely be a big stop.
Will remain a doubles left set now. Handoff will go to Pasafumi as he walks his way into the end zone. Another North Olmsted Eagle touchdown. This time, Michael Pasafumi, the makeshift running back, goes in there with ease.
I mean, he kind of just walked.
One less hit at the end there, but an impressive rush there from Pasafumi, a wide receiver by trade, but last week stepping in for the injured Logan Dangerfield and Matthew Chalwalker, getting 102 yards on 15 carries last week. He's just picking up where he left off. The extra point attempt from the Eagles is going to hit off the crossbar, or to the uprights, and no good. And that'll be the first missed kick of the night, as Holy Name will definitely take that, but they are now had their backs as well ever more now, with 2:49 remaining to go in the first half. We'll take a immediate timeout. Holy Name down 20-7 to the North Olmsted Eagles. We're back on in a minute. back on. 2:49 left to go here in the first half of play. North Olmsted, another touchdown. The first rushing from Michael Passafiumi for 8 yards. The Eagles up 20-7 over the Green Wave as they'll send the ball away to Holy Name as they look to get some points on the board before they go into the half. Ball will be taken up by Zillow on the far sideline, and he'll be taken out around the 33-yard line. They're going to give him the 34, where number 11, Andrew Cole, he's tasked with driving the team down the field once again.
Definitely a great opportunity for Andrew Cole to drive down the field, but this is where it has to be done. 2:46 on the clock, pardon. This is going to be a big momentum. This will depict on how the game starts in the second half. If Holy Name can capitalize on this, march down the field and score, going into the second half looks a lot better for them.
And like we said in pregame, this is going to be a game of who wants it more. And right now, the Eagles, with flying colors, no pun intended, want this game more. We have first down 10, both the 34-yard line for the offense to have to work with. Cole takes a snap. Handoff will go to William Dix, trying to run to the left side, and he's going to barrel his way forward, getting to the 36-yard line. Minuscule gain there of 2 yards, and Holy Name will take any yards they can get. Nice little push there from William Dix to get a couple extra yards that looked like immediately being hit at the line of scrimmage. Looked like it was going to be a loss at worst. And now Holy Name, they still have plenty of work to do with the time counting down. Even if they're going to try to run out the clock, they have to realize the Eagles have all 3 timeouts. They can easily stop the clock and force Holy Name to give them back the ball. Cole looking to throw here on second down and 8. The pocket's going to collapse. He's being flushed out. Muhammad chasing pass is incomplete. Wide open. Brendan Preisel having to dive for it. Cole kind of spiking that one into the ground a couple of yards in front of the sophomore receiver.
I think Andrew Cole definitely knew in the back of his head he had to get rid of that quick. Maybe just the timing was incorrect on that. Maybe a few seconds would have made a difference on that play.
Now it sets up third down and 8 here for Holy Name. I'm expecting to see a pass, but if you're Andrew Cole, who's your primary read on this play?
That was a really good route, but maybe Nemeth. Yeah, maybe Nemeth.
The aforementioned Nemeth on the left side, along with Bryant, the far side, Dosco and Preisel. The left side of Andrew Cole is William Dix here on third down and 8 at Holy Name's own 36. And the line will jump there. I believe they're going to flag Holtz there for jumping off sides, and that'll give Holy Name some breathing room. And indeed, the call being made is the right call. Holy Name might have just gotten their get out of jail free card.
Definitely get out of jail free card, but I do not think that's going to change the play. I think they're going to keep the play that they had in mind.
And now a screenplay could potentially come into frame here. Nemeth had gotten the ball on a lot of short yard plays. You potentially see an option designed for Nemeth onto one of the flats. Depending where he lines up, it appears he played the kind of the wing roll here, as it could potentially be a screen. Interesting to see what he'll do. A trips left set by its technicality on third down and 3. Ball at the 41. Cole looks to throw. Nemeth is open if he wants him. Cole's going to keep it here. He can get the first down. He's going to toss it Dix, and it's incomplete off the hands of William Dix. As Andrew Cole, if he would have ran for it, I think had plenty for the first down and then some. Watch it back on the replay to see here as Cole does a nice job stepping up out of the pocket. There's plenty of green room there, unless he was worried about the Eagles trailing him behind. That's the only reason why I think he threw that ball. But Holy Name looked like they had a bunch of green field in front of them. Now, the Eagles, a 2-minute offense could potentially get them some points. Soul sends the ball away on kind of a shorter punt. It's going to stay in play and bounce favorably for the Green Wave as they'll roll between the 39 and the 40-yard line. And now the Eagles, they have a kind of a short field, longer than they're used to work with here. But the 2-minute offense with the long ball today looks like it can easily result in a touchdown. And before we do bring you this drive, remember, we'll be back on next week at 6 p.m. at Buckeye High School for the Holy Name Broadcasting pregame show. To stay up to date in all the games that we are covering, follow Holy Name Broadcasting on Instagram and Twitter. To stay up to date in all of Holy Name sports, follow Holy Name Athletics on Instagram and Twitter. And finally, subscribe here to Holy Name Athletics YouTube and put up push notifications to be notified when we go live. And now Horsfall and the offense of the Eagles runs back onto the field. If you're the Eagles, what are you thinking right now?
Obviously, they're thinking, let's put some more points on the board. They don't have the ball at the start of the second half, so this would be crucial for them to put points on the board.
Something to monitor. Holy Name changes to a 3-4 here on first down. Ball downfield is almost caught on a one-handed grab by Stanley. That should be pass interference against the Green Wave, if I had to guess. If not, it's going to be a push-off. We're going to look to see what they're going to call on it. But Lawrence Stanley almost did kind of a Garrett Wilson-esque catch that he had on Monday Night Football to tap to himself. And it will be a hold against Holy Name, but Stanley did an excellent job trying to tip the ball to himself. He might have not come up with the catch, but what an impressive play.
Yeah, it definitely would have been a really impressive catch if we were calling it. I would have had to give him a toast for the game right there. PJ
Ziegler had to change around his things here on his sports segment, get out a play of the week potentially.
Yeah.
Instead, it remains first down and 10 now at midfield. Sign will be called here. I believe it'll be awarded to Holy Name as Coach Kowandolowski uses one of his remaining 2 timeouts here. And now 1:44 remains left to go in the first half. Holy Name has some work to do, down 20-7 to the North Olmsted Eagles. We'll be back on after this media timeout. Buck 44 remains left to go in the first half. North Olmsted up by 13, 20-7 over the Green Wave. I am Nathan Smee. Alongside me, Damian Webb. If you're just tuning into this game, the North Olmsted Eagles, 2 touchdowns to Brady Hogg and 1 on the ground with Pasafumi, the difference so far. This handoff to Hogg, he's going to change fields and potentially get something here. He breaks his ankle, and somehow, in some way, this is a first down and more for Brady Hogg as he gets to the 36-yard line. A gain of 14, but props to Brady Hogg. He ran both sides of the field and somehow still gets a first down. Holy Name had no answer.
I'm just impressed.
I think both of us are speechless on what to say there. Flag that we've thrown, that might get back 5 of the yards for a false start as it will, but what an impressive run from Brady Hogg on that play.
So just, wow.
That play
he knows how to read the field for sure.
Yeah.
And
not taking away from anything he did, Holy Name needed that tackle. That would have been huge for defensively and huge for his fundamentals itself. Horseball looks to throw, passes, intercepted by William Dix over the center of the field. There's a flag. It might be coming back, but he might not be as he's lost midfield. He's still on his feet. The 30, he gets a block at the end. The 20, the 10, the 5, touchdown, Holy Name. We're going to put the graphic up. There's a flag, but Will Dix might have had another touchdown. I believe they're going to say the legal man downfield, but William Dix does an excellent job at the end. Tommy Horseball just gives up.
Yeah, he just...
Aiden Butler, the decisive block. Horseball just looks at William Dix as Dix takes over the 13-point deficit and makes it close. William Dix, what a senior night for him. William Dix is gassed on the sideline, but that's his second pick 6 of the season. No call being given, but it appears the extra point units coming on the field, that will stand for a touchdown. Our scoreboard man, Alexic, saying it's a illegal man downfield. But Damian, on one run that took Holy Name from being speechless to one that makes North Olmsted speechless, William Dix might have just bailed Holy Name out of what could have been a blowout.
I just want to compliment Will Dix right now on the sideline, catching his breath, but he deserves it. Great senior night for him, really showing up and impressing, and really proud of Will Dix.
Just a very good kid. You love to see it happen, especially with someone who's such a good kid as Will is. Congratulations to him, his second pick 6 of the season. And Holy Name, they've just been given a second life. Josity's kick is up and good, and I think I speak for everyone. The mood at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium has flipped on its head. We're going to take a media timeout here. We were just talking. We thought North Olmsted was going to score with more than a minute left to go, and they do score. It's just with Holy Name getting into the end zone. 20-14 is now your score as Holy Name will get the second half kick. We'll take a break here. You're watching Holy Name Football on your home for all Holy Name sports. Holy Name Athletics YouTube. We'll be back on after the break. We are back here at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium. North Olmsted was up by 13, now only up by 6 after William Dix took the game into his own hands. House call on a pick 6, and now Holy Name has the momentum. If you're just tuning in and missed that, go back and watch it. Tommy Horsfall, the whole night, he's been throwing the ball over Will Dix's head and the secondary. That time, Will Dix read it perfectly and took it to the house. I mean,
really impressive.
Really impressive.
Great job. Great job.
Nothing else to say. I think Holy Name was speechless after Hogg got the 14-yard run, and then somehow, in some way, Holy Name flips the switch. And another thing to watch, it's a 6-point game as this is a squib kick here. Taken in by Hogg, and he'll run upfield and run into his own lineman, taken down at the 38. But during the break, we were talking, the scoreboard 20-14 right now. Does that extra point prove costly for the Eagles?
That's kind of what's running through my mind right now. If Holy Name is able to go in this start of the second half, come breaking out and score a touchdown, that is definitely going to play a big momentum downer for the Eagles as well, because that missed kick really is making a difference for them.
Are you getting Mansfield Senior Holy Name flashback playoffs there?
Yeah.
Yes,
I am.
It was a 16-3 game going into the half. One kick made the difference. Holy Name won 17-16. But now, if the wind is knocked out of North Olmsted's sails, they're going to need to get it back quick. They have 48 seconds to work with. But trips left set to begin play here once again. Horsfall going to hand it off on the ground. Pass it Fumi. And he'll be taken down as he forces the way forward to the 42-yard line. Little gain there of 4 as it appears that the Eagles want to run out the clock.
Yeah, it appears that they're just trying to slow down, get the game back together, catch their breath, and take it into the second half.
An interesting decision, though, considering Holy Name does get the ball to begin the second half. And as of right now, we've already beaten the scoreline of the last time these two teams played here. Screen pass caught by Hogg. He's going to stay in bounds. Does a nice job on the far side, and he might get a first down. Instead, the near judge is going to mark him at the 47, but a nice job there on the far side. Once again, being shifty with his feet, jukes back inside. You can see here on the replay after he gets the ball. Just does a nice job evading the defender, getting a couple extra yards. As there'll be a timeout called here. Now 13 seconds left to go. But now going into the half, how much different is Coach Wondolowski and Coach Bredinger's speeches to their respective teams at half?
It's a story for sure. Definitely going into this game, they both wanted it, both coaches. And I think they're going to push their teams hard, and I think it's going to be a very competitive second half. No matter how this ends with the next 13 seconds, it's going to be a competitive second half.
100%. And we said that Horsfall is similar to Josh Allen. I think on that play alone, the throw over the middle, taking that risk, you're seeing a lot of Josh Allen on that play. But now 13 seconds, a third down and 1. I believe we're probably one rush away from calling this game into the half. It'll be a trip. I'm not convinced they have 10 on the field. Pass will be caught over the middle there from Graff. Graff gets upfield, taken down. Ball will be spotted at the 39. I believe they did have 11 on the field. Just really a weird set. We couldn't see where the last guy was. Potentially an extra lineman on the field.
Yeah, it kind of looked like on the left side there was an extra lineman.
And North Olmsted will take their probably last time out of the half. They'll have one more if somehow they get an extra playoff. But now I believe it's going to be a Hail Mary heave to the end zone. This is now where you go into the kind of prevent defense of your Holy Name. And you're going to need to make sure you knock the ball down. No one's looking for an interception here. I know a lot of times, a lot of the corners will go for the interception. You do not go for the interception at this point in the game. If it was the last play of the game, then maybe you do. You bat the ball down and you make sure no one gets it. Because if the ball is trying to be picked and it's tipped to them, I don't want to know what will be said at halftime. that would be an awful way to go into the half and get rid of any momentum. I think what's being said right now by Coach Patton, and I believe that's Coach Jabber out there as well, is knock down the ball if it comes to you. You're not trying to play hero ball. You're going to get the ball going into the second half. Coach Wondolowski content with the score being a 6-point deficit. And if you're Holy Name, looking how this game has gone, you're 100% fine with it.
Yeah.
And now 6 seconds remain. It'll be a trips right set. So Holy Name, looking at the way things are, they're bunching people to the left. So an interesting decision there. As Stanley will get out of bounds with 1 second left on the clock, getting to the 32-yard line. Lawrence Stanley does an excellent job there, getting 6 yards and gets out of bounds. Definitely not field goal range, but that makes the job of Tommy Horsfall a lot easier. So he'll go to the sideline and get his play call. Besides the call, what do you think his coach is telling him right now?
I don't know. I mean, you want to get a big play.
And Coach Wondolowski's playing his cards right here, so he'll call a timeout. His final half and kind of ice North Olmsted is kind of key to see the last time that they kind of ran that similar set and Coach Wondolowski called timeout. What happened?
We went right in and got that 27 yards. Yeah, 27 yards. So
that has to be in the mind right now, North Olmsted. I think right now they're going to try to take a shot towards the end zone. Depending where the strength of the field right now is to the right side, not the left. I expect to see a lot of guys line up on the left side just across the field. I believe if you know your Madden plays, you'll see a Hail Mary trips. You'll have the trips formation of 3 guys going straight up, and you'll have 1 guy on the other side do that kind of cross that Hog had success on. That's what I expect to see the Eagles run here, as the crosser has been dangerous for them tonight. I believe the majority of their catches that are not screens have been on slants or crossers.
yeah.
Now timeout has concluded. It'll be still a trips right set here. Holy Name running a 3-4. It'll be kind of a line of 4 guys back deep at around the 10-yard line for Holy Name. Rayshon Ederson at around the 15. Actually, it'll be a 3-3-1 if we're being technical. Horsfall just got to take a launch downfield, and it will be almost caught in the end zone. And just as we said, Aiden Butler tried going up for the pick. He almost surrendered a touchdown on that play. I mean, watch it back on the replay here. Ball right through the hands. If it was a little bit closer, Lawrence Stanley just had a touchdown. But with that last second scare, we're going to go into the half. Your score, North Olmsted 20, Holy Name 14. Stay tuned to watch the North Olmsted Marching Band and then the Holy Name Marching Band and Drill Team perform their halftime shows. If not, we'll be back on in 20 minutes to bring you the exciting second half of this GLC contest. We'll be back on in a minute.
Presenting the pride of North Olmsted, this is your 20 2023 North Olmsted Eagle Marching Band. Led on the field tonight by senior kick line captain Anna Mortensen. In the 90s, Collective Soul took the music scene by storm. We kick off our show tonight with their 2004 hit, Better Now. The Rolling Stones introduced the world to what would become one of the top rock songs of all time. We feel the band needs a makeover, so we're going to Paint It Black. Watch now as the band marches across the pond with Get Back.
In 1964, this breakout hit by the Zombies rocketed the charts to number 2 on the Billboard Top 100. Tonight, we're going to make it number 1 with She's Not There.
minds with the most solution in the bill, featuring our outstanding or incredible drill team. This is the Incredibles!
We are back here for the second half of play at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium. North Olmsted up 20-14 over Holy Name. I am Nathan Smee. Alongside me, Damian Webb. Damian, an impressive half for both sides. What does Holy Name's offense in particular need to do on this first drive to get them back on track?
On this first drive, definitely need to score. No matter what, we need to get into that end zone because that'll give us the momentum to continue in the second half and to continue winning and hopefully get to the win at the end of the night.
And what does Andrew Cole need to do in particular here to lead this team? Getting the end zone is huge, but we've seen him pass and we've seen him run. What does he need to do more of?
He's just got to connect. As long as he keeps those throws down, there was been some good catches by Jawan Bryant if those throws were down.
Ball is sent away on an onside kick almost, but the flag will be thrown as we have laundry immediately to begin the second half of play. So it's going to be a false start against the Eagles. That is the call. They'll bump them back and have Holy Name get even closer. Any amount of yards that Holy Name can get right now will be huge for them on this drive. I mean, we saw the squib there. Does Holy Name potentially send some of those guys up in that second level, looking at Preisel, looking at Kenshin, looking at who else is around there? I believe Bowden. Do you send those guys up more, potentially to see an onside kick here?
Wow. It's a good possibility, but I think they're going to stay put where they're at. Yeah, I mean, either way. It doesn't really matter.
After this kick, all eyes go on to Andrew Cole as he's getting some instructions. Last second by Coach Les and Airbar on the sideline as we now attempt for the second time to begin the second half. And we are underway to begin the second half. A weird kick taken in at around the 35-yard line, potentially the 34. They're going to say the 35-yard line where Kenshin takes that ball in on the far sideline. And now all eyes resume back onto Andrew Cole. A decent first half. Just the big thing that was his Achilles heel was pocket presence, especially that third down where he threw the ball to William Dix when he could have easily ran it for probably around 10 yards. I'm sure that was definitely an adjustment made around halftime. And now if Andrew Cole can be more aware in the pocket and be ready to throw the ball when he needs to be ready to throw the ball and run when he needs to run, Holy Name should be in business as they were going to run with a trips left formation to begin their first possession of the second half, down by 6, needing a score here. Cole's going to keep it to the right side, and that's a nice run to begin the half as Cole lowers his shoulder and gets down to the 41-yard line. Getting 6 there on the play, potentially 7. I believe it should be 6, depending where they differ. They're going to say the 41.5. Nice little run there from Andrew Cole as he puts down the shoulder in the end.
As you can see, Andrew Cole, definitely a bigger build. And if Andrew Cole can use that to his advantage, he can push through easily. I think if Cole realizes that he's a big man as well, I think that'll play a big part into his run game.
And a big reason why he's such a good runner is he doesn't run like a traditional quarterback. He doesn't try to protect it as much, as he'll hand the ball to Will Dix for his first carry of the half, and that's a big run for William Dix down the sideline. That's good enough for our first down. He's still on his feet, and Dix will finally be taken down at the 34-yard line. William Dix, the difference maker in this game with the interception, and now a big run of his own here on the misdirection.
Definitely need some outbreak there. If we get plays with quick burst of energy like that, it'll be favorable for us.
And now Holy Name driving. It seems like momentum has gone back to them more than North Olmsted. It was around that 8-minute mark of the second quarter where momentum seemed to shift in favor of the Eagles with those 2 touchdowns to Brady Hogg. It seems like Holy Name has recovered nicely from it. They just need to continue doing what they do best on this drive. Handoff will go to Dix once again. Similar run to the outside, but this time he will be met firstly by Mahmoud on the far side, where it'll be marked down at the 33-yard line. Minuscule gain of 1 there on the play from the senior running back. They'll then set up a 2nd down and 9 now for Holy Name at the 33-yard line.
I think the goal here, obviously, just get the first down. If Andrew Cole can get the first down, push into the red zone, we definitely have seen some good plays in the red zone. If we can repeat that from earlier, it'll give us another touchdown.
After those carries from Will Dix, he goes to the sideline for arrested. It will now be Xavier Rodriguez to the right side of Andrew Cole on 2nd down and 9. Cole, play action here, looks to throw. Pass is caught on the far side by Dasco. Good enough for a first down as he stumbles his way forward into the red zone, maybe the 20-yard line. That'll be good enough for a gain of 13 on the play from Kalandasco. Another big reception from him, moving Holy Name down the field. And you see, does a nice job separating on the far side, running cross field, getting there, turning upfield, diving, and getting Holy Name within 20 yards of tying this game up. Will Dix to remain on the sideline once again here. It'll be Nemeth to the right side, now left side of Cole. Behind him is Rodriguez on first down and 10 at the 20. Cole's going to drop the snap, going to run to his left and try to get rid of it. Trying to make something out of this play. Instead, he'll lose a couple of yards running out of bounds at around the 24. But that goes back to what we said to begin here. Andrew Cole, if he could have gotten rid of that ball, it would have been huge. Does a nice job trying to make something out of it. He needs to be able to figure out the point of no return and the point of, okay, you can start getting rid of the ball.
Definitely, if Andrew Cole can find an opening or find a receiver out there, he needs to get rid of that ball or move as quick as possible. But he used his football smarts there, obviously try to get out of bounds as quick as possible.
And we know Andrew Cole likes to use his legs. Both of us blocked for him freshman year. We know his main idea is to try to run the ball. He likes to throw it, yes, but running the ball, it might not be his strong suit per se, as he self-describes it, but running the ball usually is the read he'll take when the pocket collapses. Second down, 13. Cole launches for Bryant down the field. It is incomplete, in and out of the hands there of Brady Hogg, who did a nice job turning his body around and getting a hand in there to deflect that ball down.
Definitely great defense on that play. Jawan Bryant, great job too to him. Definitely getting open quick and down the field.
And now this will set up third down and 13. Looking at where we are right now at the 23-yard line, maybe a couple more yards, and then we're in Chase Josity range. But I don't think Holy Name wants to settle for 3 here. If they get 6 or 7, I would not be surprised if the offense stays on the field. It'll be trips right. Olmsted almost jumped there. And now both lines will set here for third down and 13. Cole rolls out to the right, looking for some options. Launches, and it is going to be caught on the far side by Xavier Rodriguez for a first down. Ball was spotted at the 8-yard line. Andrew Cole doing a nice job out there, holding the ball for just enough time to find the open man. That is the Andrew Cole we've been looking for 5 weeks.
Great job by Xavier Rodriguez to take off and find that opening. Jumped up, grabbed the ball, and secured it. Great job by him.
And you can hear the crowd starting to get louder and louder. But like I just said, this is the Andrew Cole Holy Name has been looking for. The improviser who can find the open man in Xavier Rodriguez. We know he's an athlete and a half, but a big play there sets up Holy Name in the red zone even nicer. Now first down and goal at the 8. Dix to the left, Rodriguez to the right. Dix will get the first carry, and he is close, and he is going to walk in for a Holy Name touchdown. We have a tied ball game on our hands. Will Dix, have yourself a senior night.
Will Dix definitely a standout player in this game from that pick 6 earlier, and now this touchdown. But like I said earlier, remember they missed that kick. If we make this kick, we will be up for the first time, well, the second time in this matchup, and that'll play a big, huge momentum booster for Holy Name.
But William Dix has taken Holy Name and putting them on his back. 2 touchdowns so far in this game. 1 defensively and now 1 offensively. And now Holy Name's at Chase Josty, the extra point away from taking the lead. The kick is going to be up, and it is going to eke its way through the upright as Holy Name will have their first lead of the second half. But what a big play there from William Dix. Doing a nice job running through there, getting in the end zone, and making sure Holy Name has a good shot. Go back about an hour. Holy Name was thought to be down and out, down by 13. Now the script has flipped entirely. Holy Name up by 1. And with that, we'll take a media timeout here. Your score, Holy Name 20, North Olmsted 20. 21-20 Holy Name leads. You're watching Holy Name versus North Olmsted football on your home for all Holy Name sports, Holy Name Athletics YouTube. We'll be back on in a moment. We are back here at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium. Holy Name takes the lead on an 8-yard William Dix rushing touchdown. Now of 21-20, 8:46 remaining in the third quarter. I am getting to Smee alongside me, Damian Webb, if you're just tuning in. Damian, What a big drive that was for Holy Name, especially for William Dix. And now the defense will be tasked with keeping things going. What's the mindset of them after this kick?
Definitely just keep it together.
Actually, hold on. Holy Name has the ball back. Forget the defense. Who needs them? Holy Name gets the ball back on a muff kick. What a job from Holy Name. Ball recovered there by Zachariah Turner. What a big play for the Green Wave. Had to stop mid-sentence. Michael, during the break, said we need to stop. I don't think he meant get the ball back immediately. Forget the defense. It's now Andrew Cole's job to extend the lead.
I don't think I've ever seen Coach Wando jump so high in his life. He was so excited he almost took down Coach Day down on the sidelines. But great job by Holy Name.
This could be a huge turning point, not only for this game, but for the season. Holy Name, now they need to capitalize off the turnovers. We preached that in pregame. Now it's time to put everything together, and if they do, this stadium will erupt. First down 10, ball at the 38. Cole got to keep it himself, run to the right side. He has some room to go. There's going to be a flag that probably will be holding, so it might come back. We spotted down at the 29 to be a gain of 9 if it stands, but it should be coming back for a holding on the far side. And there is the official call. It will be holding. Now will bump Holy Name now to a 1st and 20. Unfortunate there, but still, that's not enough, hopefully, to take the wind out of the sails after that play. But a nice shot from Zachariah Turner. Not playing that much so far this season. The sophomore does a nice job seeing the ball muffed and pounces on it immediately. Does that remind you of the onside kick? Not onside, kind of the muffed kick at EC on the far side in that GLC championship game.
Yeah, this game has brought a lot of flashbacks back, as I think this is where Holy Name's going to find themselves going on to later on in the season. And if we do that, I think it'll bring us success in November football.
And I know going into next week, Buckeye, a formidable opponent, listening to their coach's interview after the game, they know even though Holy Name has an 0-4 record, Holy Name will always play them tough. That'll be a flag there. I'm assuming it's going to be a false start against Holy Name, and it will be. That'll move Holy Name even further back. After a nice job there on the recovery, Holy Name now shooting himself in the foot a little bit, bumping them back an extra 15 yards. The job might be done for a little bit of time, but Andrew Cole, they still need to get down the field now. A 1-point lead is nothing to hang on to, as besides the 1 missed extra point, if North Olmsted can drive down the field and keep it this close, they can potentially kick it. Yeah. Cole looks like he kind of stalled there, but hands the ball off William Dix. He gets back some of the yards. He'll be taken down in North Olmsted territory at the 49-yard line. A gain of 4 there, setting up now 2nd down and 21. Braden Pavlis, the first man in on the tackle for the Eagles. Pavlis, we had his name called a couple of times, a couple nice tackles. Holy Name needs to do a couple more of those kind of runs there on that far side, but I would like to see a pass here, especially with Will Dix exiting the game now. Now Andrew Cole goes back to the huddle here and breaks it for 2nd down and 20. Rodriguez will be called to the left hip of Cole as there'll be a trips left formation here near midfield. Cole's going to drop back, keep it himself and run to the left. Cuts up, gets past the 45, now past the 40. Kill on his way to the 35, and he's still trucking his way forward to the 31-yard line. A huge run from Andrew Cole. That might be his best run of the night and even the season.
I think if Andrew Cole can continue to use those legs, power through like he did.
It'll be 3rd down and 3 now after the run from Andrew Cole. And that might be another false start against the Green Wave. And you can see, I believe it's going to be against Joey Regones. He knows it immediately there. Not what Holy Name needs on 3rd down. That'll bump him back to 3rd down and 8. Just an unfortunate one to surrender there from Joey Regone and the Green Wave offense. Now we have 3rd down and 8, ball at the 36-yard line here. A big 3rd down, trips right formation here for Holy Name to have to work with. Cole takes the snap, going to be play action. He looks to throw. Pass is caught over the middle there by Feliciano, and that should be good enough for a first down, getting himself to the 23-yard line. Gain of 13 there on the play. A nice play at that from Blake Feliciano, but that's his first catch of the evening. And that's the Holy Name nicely now at the 23, nearing the red zone even further. Now we are back on the main mic here. A little bit of technical difficulty there as the Mevo plug-in seemed to have failed for a quick second there. Holy Name now has first down and 10, ball spot at the 23-yard line. Nice play there from Feliciano, getting his first involvement. And now Holy Name looks to strike. Trips left formation. Cole keeps himself running to the right side. Cuts up. He has some room to go. The 15. And he's going to force his way forward around the 10. They're giving it to the 11. Another gain of 12. And just like North Olmsted did in that first half, is giving the chainsman an exercise routine on the far side. Moving the chains again for a Holy Name first down. Now Holy Name 11 yards away from scoring another touchdown. And like we said, if Holy Name could score here, this could be a huge turning point in their season. They've said from the beginning, it only takes one score, one win to change their season and change their fate. If they can get another touchdown here, like we said, this stadium will go nuts. And so will the sidelines. Cole going to keep it himself, running to the left side. He has some room to go here. He cuts up. He's still on his feet. And he will be dragged. He's going to fumble. And now we're going to have to see where this one is going. And they're going to say it's a touchdown. I think they're going to say the touchdown for Holy Name. And it is. Somehow, in some way, Andrew Cole broke the plane for a Holy Name touchdown. We're going to have to try to watch this one back as much as we can on the replay. And I don't know if he made the end zone there. They're going to call it a touchdown for Holy Name, but I think he was a yard short. A huge touchdown there from Holy Name as Cole gets his way in, but he looked to be a yard short there on the replay. Maybe he just broke the plane, but nonetheless, Holy Name up by 7, now hopes to be up by 8, pending the extra point. The kick is up. I believe maybe even tipped a little bit, still going to go through the uprights, and Holy Name capitalizes an 11-yard rushing touchdown from Andrew Cole. Gives them now an 8-point lead. So we're going to take an immediate timeout here. Your score, Holy Name 28, North Olmsted 20. We'll be back on in a minute. We are back here. 4:22 remaining here in the third quarter. Holy Name up 28-20 over the North Olmsted Eagles on a rushing touchdown. I believe, after looking at things back, I believe it was Blake Feliciano credited with picking the ball up and advancing it. Last week we learned in high school football they are able to do that. That is the explanation given on the touchdown, as Andrew Cole was short, but Blake Feliciano picks up his teammate and gets it in the end zone. Damian, Holy Name flipped the switch. This is an impressive team, and this is exciting to watch. We're going to commentate here for the kickoff. This one taken in cleanly by Hogan around the 30-yard line. They stay in bounds, cut up field, and the Green Wave will wash over him at around the 47-yard line, where Horsefall will finally get an opportunity to go onto the field as we're waiting about 8 minutes of game time to get on the field for the first time this half.
I'm going to say great job by Holy Name to draw down the clock, too, not giving North Olmsted too much time. But I don't want to say that because they were able to capitalize on some big runs and not take a lot of clock. So as long as Holy Name can hold the offense on this drive.
But this Holy Name team now, compared to the one we've seen for the first couple weeks of the season, night and day difference. This is a huge improvement on the team. If they can build off of this, like we've been saying from the very beginning, there's a good shot of November football. Trips left formation at the 47, first down and 10. Pass is going to be fumbled. Actually, it's going to be caught, and Holy Name somehow gets it back again. It's officially called. Holy Name has it. I have no clue what's going on. Holy Name has Lady Luck on their side tonight. Holy Name is not to be denied. Holy Name has the ball once again. The ghosts that Coach Erebar preaches are with them tonight. And Holy Name gets the ball back up by 8 and has an opportunity to get a 2-score lead.
This is going to play crucial. Another crucial drive of this game will come down to this. If Holy Name can capitalize on this turnover and put it in the end zone, it might just drain all momentum for the Eagles.
We've had some famous Holy Name nights throughout our time broadcasting. That game against Lutheran West in basketball, the GLC championship game for both, not only against Westlake in basketball, but as well EC in football, beating Padua. This one might just be the next cult classic to join the list of those games in the lore of Holy Name of important games for seasons. This could be a great senior night, on par with how good senior night was for volleyball 2 nights ago. First down 10, looking to throw is Andrew Cole now. Gonna launch downfield for Bryant, and the pass will be incomplete, but that is pass interference. It'll be called. North Olmsted cannot believe it, but Holy Name now can believe once again. Clear pass interference. They know it. I believe it's against Brady Hogg along down their paddlets, but it's gonna be against Hogg. Holy Name, they knew it right away. So did Hogg, and now Holy Name, they can believe that win number 1 is on the horizon.
Speaking of number 1, Juwan Bryant, great job marching down the field. He's had a lot of great marches, and he's really on the wheels tonight. I just want to put that out for him.
There's a nice job from him to keep his composure. They're not trying to fight back. He knew the ball was out of reach from him. He let it happen. He didn't go to complain immediately. That's another thing to know. He let the ref throw the flag, gave him a second, and when he got the call, he was content with it. He acted like he's been there, and now goes back to the huddle and tries to help Andrew Cole and the offense drive back down the field. He'll now be first down and 10, ball at the 34. And we already said it before, we'll say it again. The atmosphere tonight here at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium is changing completely. There'll be trips left here, first down and 10. Cole gonna keep himself to run on the far side. He'll spin inside and be taken down. Does a nice job to keep possession of the ball at the 28, gain a 6 on the play.
I've noticed every time we get the ball back, first snap, Andrew Cole takes it to the right. Is this something that we're going to keep seeing? Possibly, but we have to obviously change it up going into next week against Buckeye.
And Q stretch has always been a part of Holy Name for our time being there. Run at every level. They like to run quarterback stretch, and is working well tonight, especially that right side. Not much room over there, just to that right of the hash. But Holy Name's doing a nice job there of doing it. And this new formation set with 2 running backs. Kind of similar to what they ran at Coins last year, as Will Dix will take it here and taken down at the 31. That's the second time one of those 2 running backs being there has saved Holy Name from losing possession of the football. So now set up third down and 6 after the loss of 2 on the play. Holy Name's going to need to get the 6 here. It's probably 4 down territories. I do not believe they'll send Josipy out there to kick it, especially with a lead of 8. 3 points would help, but Holy Name getting a first down, drilling more clock would be huge. Looking back to the game last year, I believe our homecoming game, Holy Name Valley Forge. Valley Forge took most of the third quarter, not the whole thing, to drive down the field. That's what Holy Name's going to try to do, but do what Valley Forge could not do, and that was get in the end zone. Handoff to Will Dix. He has some room to go. Kind of push away forward. That's enough for a first down. He's going to dive forward within the red zone to the 18-yard line. They're saying the 19 now, so a gain of 11. William Dix is having himself a field day running all over this Eagles defense.
Overall, very impressed, just moving quickly through the field and just getting down. Obviously, those little bit of that extra jump gave us some extra yards, and it was well enough for that first down for sure.
And now, around 2 minutes remaining in this third quarter, the game has started to slow down a lot. It looked like the first quarter, 15 minutes taken. Now we're about 2 hours later, and we're not even done with the third quarter yet. This game has slowed down completely. And now Cole will keep it here on first down and 10. He tripped it from below. He's going to force his way forward to around the 12-yard line. So gain of 7 on the play. Nice run there on the QB run from Cole to the left side. With 2nd down and 3 now for the Green Wave. The running game has been unstoppable so far. Not only in this drive, but in the 3rd quarter in its entirety. I would expect to see Holy Name keep going with that. Looking to side that's in, it'll be the 2 sophomores, Rodriguez and Nemeth, to either side of Andrew Cole here. 2 receivers out wide to the right and 1 to the left, being Bryant. Handoff will go to Rodriguez. He has some room to go. And a last-ditch tackle from behind gets him to around the 8-yard line. A gain of 5 there. But that should be enough to move the chains for a 1st down. And it indeed will be. And now we'll set up 1st down and goal. But before that, there's an injury timeout we're going to take here. An injured Eagle on the field. So we'll take an immediate timeout. With a $1:16 left to go in the 3rd quarter. Holy Name up 28-20 over the North Olmsted Eagles. You're watching Holy Name versus North Olmsted football on your home for all Holy Name sports. Holy Name Athletics YouTube. We'll be back on after the media timeout. A new life has been injected here at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium. Holy Name was once down 13, now up by 8, and looks to extend the lead here on 1st down and goal. As we return from the injury timeout, Cole gonna run it, and he gets in for a Holy Name touchdown. Extend that lead, Andrew Cole. There's his rushing touchdown. He tried getting on the last drive. This time, gets himself in the end zone. And QB1 has extended Holy Name's lead to double digits.
Great job by Andrew Cole. As you can see on the replay, Andrew Cole takes the snap, immediately goes left, hard, right into there, slides into the end zone.
Does an excellent job lowering the shoulder. He runs like a bruiser, but he plays at the quarterback. And now Holy Name up by 14. The biggest lead they've had in any contest this season. And it's pending 15, depending on a Jazzy extra point. But the offense has had themselves an emergence tonight. The snap is good. The kick, I think, got tipped again, and it's still going to be good, as Holy Name is able now to extend their lead by 15. That extra point still might prove costly, but as of right now, the 2nd half has been all Holy Name. And we'll take a media timeout here after Andrew Cole's touchdown. Holy Name up by 15 over the North Olmsted Eagles. We'll be back on in a moment. We are back here. The $1:08 left to go in the 3rd quarter. Holy Name up 35-20 over the North Olmsted Eagles. I am Nick Smee. Alongside me is Damian Webb. If you're just tuning in, Damian, we've been treated to an excellent game tonight by Holy Name's offense. Andrew Cole playing better in the 2nd half than the 1st half. This whole team playing differently than they did in the 1st half. Just an impressive night so far on senior night for the Green Wave. And that kick will also be muffed. Hogg falls on it at the 29. But they're starting to have some issues on special teams as they've muffed a couple kicks.
And I believe that this would be the farthest that the Eagles had started with the ball on their offense. Yes? I believe so. Michael's saying no. Maybe. We'll see. I'm pretty sure it was.
And I'm relatively confident here. It's either 1 or 2 plays that Horsfall has had this half, but he's barely seen the field. So far, he had 1 play, and it was the fumble from Hogg on the far side. This will be his 2nd snap in 11 minutes of football play. Very impressive from Holy Name to keep him off the field and draw out the clock. Handoff will go to Passafiumi. He'll be taken down at the 31-yard line, a gain of 2 on the play from the running back. Passafiumi's had himself a nice night. The 5'11", 192 running back, filling in for Dangerfield on the chalk water. Doing an excellent job tonight. and when he's been called upon, especially in that first half. But Horsfall, from the last time he was on the field to this time, a completely different ball game. And now it'll be 2nd down and 8. Ball will be at the 31-yard line as time is starting to run down in the third quarter. 30 ticks of the clock remain as it'll be doubles left as Pasifumi is option to the left side. Horsfall runs to the left now, going to have a screen pass caught by Hogg on the far side. Dasco trails, and Dasco takes them down from behind at the 37-yard line for a gain of 6 down the play. A nice little play on the far side from Dasco to take down Hogg, but it appears to have costed Dasco as there will be an injury timeout, so we take a timeout of our own here with 17 seconds remaining. 20 to 35 is your score in favor of Holy Name. Back on in a minute. We are back here with 17 seconds. Colin Dasco able to get off the field with the help of the trainer on his own power. The penalty flag that was thrown before the break being a holding against the Eagles, which now set up 2nd down and 12, negating the nice run from Hogg on the far side. And the clock will run. It appears North Olmsted will try to take this one to the end of the third quarter. And that is exactly what they'll do. End of 3 quarters here at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium. You're going to see the points being added on your screen. Holy Name up 35-20 over the North Olmsted Eagles. We'll take a break here and bring you the last quarter of play at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium on what has been an excellent senior night for Holy Name. We'll be back on in a moment. Three quarters in the books at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium, but we're back for the final 12 minutes of this GLC contest. Pulling in up by 15, 35-20 over the North Olmsted Eagles. 2nd down and 12 will be the first play out of the timeout. If you're just tuning in, I am Nathan Smee alongside me, Damian Webb. As we were talking during the break, Horsfall had to probably wait about an hour to get back on the field between possessions, and you can clearly see it affecting him as he has not been the same quarterback he was in the first half. He's trying to change that here. Is he going to have that screen pass go incomplete, intended for Pasifumi? As it looked like the blitz got to him at the last seconds, he kind of just got rid of that ball at a last-ditch effort to avoid being hit. And it appears the first half that Horsfall played, doing a nice job of scrambling and throwing down the field, has translated to Andrew Cole. And Andrew Cole kind of grounding the ball and running around in the pocket. Seems to have translated now to Horsfall, as Andrew Cole has done a nice job making the proper adjustments. And Horsfall, only so much he can do not seeing the field for about an hour. And now he tries to rely on what he's learned so far. And he'll have to wait another time here, as that will be a false start, putting him even more against the wall.
I think we can slowly see North Olmsted is crumbling, and they're letting mistakes get to them easily. Holy Name just putting a lot of pressure on them tonight, and unfortunately, it's not looking good for the Eagles.
We'll talk about play of the game here, and Will Dix for sure is that, but improved player of the game has to go to Andrew Cole. He has had a night and day performance. His second half, if he played like this the rest of the season, and even before it, Holy Name will be good. Voltaire breaks through. Horsfall has to throw, and that one's incomplete, intended for Pasifumi. An excellent job by Voltaire. I believe it's untouched, just breaking through the heart of the offensive line there. and has to have Horsfall run for his life behind the line of scrimmage. You can kind of see here on the replay between the left guard and the center untouched. He just has to force a late throw there from Horsfall. But that'll be negated. It'll be defensive holding. They'll give some of the yards back to the Eagles. Not a penalty. Holy Name wanted to surrender there. And that will be an automatic first down potentially. As Michael appears to have told me wrong. I didn't think it was a 10-yard play, as that will be. It'll be 3rd down and 7 as Michael tried to tell him it's an automatic first down. Trips right. Horsfall looks to throw. Pass is intercepted on the far side. Welcome back, Rayshawn Edgerson. During the break, we said he's going to throw that pass over the heads of the defense. And Rayshawn Edgerson, we missed him. He's back, and he announces it to Namer Nation.
It's all about the seniors tonight. Seniors have definitely stepped up, and just overall, the chemistry is there tonight, and the boys want this win for sure.
And like we said, whoever wants this game more is going to win it. Holy Name wants this game badly. Rayshawn Edgerson, excellent job staying with the ball. He bobbled it at first, but in the end, corrals it in, and now Holy Name has the ball with a short field once again, and one more touchdown would essentially start the North Olmsted buses. Nemeth right side of Cole, behind him Dix. 1st down and 10, ball at the 36-yard line of the Eagles. Handoff will go to Dix. Gonna break his way forward. He's still actually on his feet. Is he gonna force his way to the 29-yard line? A little gain there of 7 on the play from Will Dix, who's had himself an impressive senior night. And now time will be called. It appears to be an injured Namer on the field. If I'm not mistaken, that is Will Dix after the carry. So we're going to take an injury timeout here. 11:26 left to go in tonight's contest. Holy Name up 35-20 over the North Olmsted Eagles. We'll be back on momentarily. We are back here on what has been an excellent senior night for Holy Name. William Dix, one of the many seniors who have made this lead happen. Here's the Ben cramping. He should be okay as he's getting off the field with the help of the trainer. But the drive will continue without him here as Rodriguez will fill in for him on 2nd down and 3 after he was able to get 1 and 7 yards there. He's had himself an impressive night, and even if he doesn't come back in the game, William Dix has left his mark on this contest 100%. Nemeth, I believe, will be the left side of Cole. Behind him, Rodriguez for 2nd down and 3. Low snap. Rodriguez takes the handoff, and he's going to barrel his way forward. That's good enough for a 1st down as he fights his way to the 24-yard line for a gain of 5 there. Nice run there from Xavier Rodriguez, who's done an excellent job running the ball when he's been called upon tonight.
Definitely a great job. Just continuing to see the gaps go through, even if there's not a gap, they capitalize on it because they continue to push through.
And we said it beforehand, the players who have returned from injury, Nemeth, Dasco, and Edgerson, have been a huge part of why Holy Name is winning tonight. I'm not going to say Holy Name would be losing without them, but look at the plays they've made. You could easily make that argument. Rodriguez runs to the left side. He's going to try to cut up field. Get a couple yards there, getting himself to the 21-yard line for a gain of 3. We'll just have 2nd down and 7. And now it appears Holy Name's going to do what they like to do and run the ball and try to draw as much time as they can off this clock. Just a reminder, next week we'll be on at 6 p.m. with the Holy Name Broadcasting pregame show at Buckeye High School, getting ready for the matchup between the 5-0 Buckeye Bucks and the currently 0-4, but hopefully in around 10 minutes, the 1-4 Holy Name Green Wave. We had an interesting contest to see. Last time we were at Buckeye for a football game, it was pouring down rain, a game-winning field goal from the Bucks. We're hoping to see another competitive game next Friday in Medina County. Looking to throw now is Andrew Cole on second down. Pass is caught by Jawan Bryant. Touchdown, Holy Name. He's been due. And the edge transfer, Jawan Bryant. There is his first touchdown for Holy Name. And that might officially start the ignition on the buses of the North Olmsted Eagles and send them packing. An excellent job there, Jawan Bryant. We've all wanted him to see this. We've been waiting for this. Jawan Bryant makes the wait well worth it. A huge touchdown there. I mean, nothing else you can say, but Jawan Bryant, perfect time for him to get his first touchdown and a big catch.
And you can tell definitely throughout the entire night he wanted it, and he was always there, and fortunately this time he was right there, and he was able to capitalize.
Josh City's kick is up and will be through the uprights, good. But talk about earning a touchdown. The ups and downs he's had this year. It's been about time Jawan Bryant got a touchdown. He 100% deserves it. A lot of guys on his team deserve it, but no one potentially greater than Jawan Bryant deserving a touchdown. And now, Holy Name up by 22. Might have just sent this game to being done. We'll take immediate timeout here after the touchdown with 9:56 left to go tonight. Holy Name up 42-20 over the North Olmsted Eagles. We'll be back on in a minute. $9:56 left to go in this senior night contest. Holy Name extends their lead on a Jawan Bryant touchdown to 42-20. If you're just tuning in, I am Nathan Smee alongside me, Damian Webb. Holy Name, the better team on the night, have really impressed and are en route to getting their first win of the season. North Olmsted trying to change that here on a nice little return there on the kick as they're going to get to around midfield at the 48-yard line. With the tackle being made on the play by Zachariah Turner, who came up clutch for Holy Name, recovering the bobbled, or muffed, I should say, kick in the third quarter. And now the defense will go back on the field and try to have to force Horsfall to make some plays here. I mean, Tommy Horsfall is a great quarterback. There's still plenty of time for him to make some things happen as the game is not over until the final whistle blows. But North Olmsted, they need a touchdown right here, and they need it within the next minute and a half if they have a shot tonight. We have trips left formation, looking for a pass here on first down and 10. Horsfall pass is incomplete over the head of Lawrence Stanley. The setup now second down and 10. Just a little too high of a pass there from Horsfall to an open Stanley. But now I expect to see a lot of passes. I don't think they're going to get another rush here unless they're pinned against their own end zone and they get the ball out of the end zone. That's the only way I expect to see a run here unless they're on the goal line. Those are kind of the two outliers. The Holy Name's defense looks to hold up here on second down and 10. Hogs an option out here. There'll be a false start against the Eagles. A lot of those sending players in motion have not worked well for the Eagles. They have penalized many times for that, and now bump it back even further. The penalty battle is definitely being won by Holy Name, surrendering less than the Eagles. The Eagles penalties have killed them tonight. A lot of things have the source of Holy Name, but anything that was in their control, really, the thing that's killing them is the penalties. After the 5-yard penalty to set up, second down and 15, ball will be spotted at the Eagle 42. There'll be a doubles right set here for Horsfall to work with as he looks to throw. Launches downfield, trying to find Stanley, and it is incomplete, just out of reach of his extended right arm. Stanley looked like he was about to break free, and was just a little bit too shy there, as it looked like he was trying to lead him in stride, just a little bit too far in stride.
Got to give credit to Stanley, obviously marching down the field as fast as he can, just a little bit short there, unfortunately.
Definitely a really talented player on the far side for the Eagles, stepping up in the absence of Colin Willard, Logan Dangerfield. I mean, North Olmsted's been hit with the injury bug. There's nothing you can really do to avoid it. Dangerfield and Willard, big guys, along with the aforementioned Rios, as we mentioned, big parts of this Eagle team that with them, this could be a different game. But that's kind of sports, a lot of what-ifs. Horsfall looking to put some what-ifs to bed on 3rd down and 15. That pass over the middle is caught by Hogg, and he's able to get himself a first down. A nice play there for 16 yards by Brady Hogg. And despite the score, he's had himself one heck of a night for the Eagles. And you see it on the replay. Does a nice job over the middle. Kind of a dangerous throw that Horsfall likes to play right over the defensive line and over the secondary of the Green Wave. That time paying off for another catch by Hogg. And now it'll be first down at the 43 as Horsfall looks to throw. Takes a second, but it's be caught by Hogg on the far side, and Strzynski is able to throw him down. A little bit of a do-si-do there on the far side, as it'll be forced down at the 37-yard line, as Strzynski did a nice job there of not losing hold of Hogg and eventually dragged him down.
Strzynski obviously stepping up tonight, one of the seniors, one of the 17 seniors. Really impressive this season overall.
Now Pasafumi gets a handoff here. An interesting call to run the ball. He'll get a couple yards there, being taken down to 34 for a gain of 3, setting up 3rd down and 2 now for the Eagles. And now Will Dix will enter the game here as Kalandowski is going to limp off the field for the Green Wave on this 3rd down and 2. It doubles right formation with Pasafumi to the right side and a couple yards behind the quarterback, Horsfall. Horsfall looking to throw on 3rd down. Pass is incomplete. Well over the back shoulder there of Hogg. In coverage there was Ederson and Strzynski. And like we said in pregame when we discussed the cover 2, there it is, the outside linebacker, Strzynski, getting helped out by the corner right there, Ederson. Holy Name is running that cover 2 really nicely tonight, and that's been a big reason why the defense has been able to come up with some big stops. And none might be bigger than this one. It's 4th down and 2. Ball spot at the 34. The line to gain is the 32. Looking at where the hash is, this is very similar, just not in the goal line, to what North Olmsted attempted to do on that cold October night 2 years ago. Handoff will go to Pasafumi. He's going to break through, and he should be getting enough yards, and he will. They're going to give him 3 yards, getting him to the 31, and just enough for an Eagle first down. A nice shot from Pasafumi to dive forward, and that extra effort getting him the first down.
Definitely one of the standout players. Pasafumi filling in for Logan Dangerfield and Matthew Chalkwater. So both injured still, correct?
I believe both of them are still out. Hogg in motion here on 1st down and 10. Launching downfield is Horsfall, and it is going to be tipped in the end zone. I say incomplete. They're not going to call pass interference. They're going to wash back here. I believe it was Butler along with, I'm going to say Costanzo and coverage. We're going to look back here on the replay and see if there's anything extracurricular there. I think they made it at the right time. It was towards Zidlow along with Butler. Nice job from both of them to not make any contact looking there. It was definitely clean, one being on the one side and one on the other, kind of sandwiching him in there and making sure Hogg had no route to the ball. The clock will be stopped now on a doubles right with 8:02 remaining. 2nd down and 10 for North Olmsted. Horsfall looks to throw. Pass downfield for Hogg is incomplete as Hogg wide open. The nearest defender there was Rodriguez, maybe a couple yards out behind him.
You can definitely see he's trying to get rid of the ball quick, and I think if he takes him a little bit of time to figure out the field, he'll be able to make some plays. Great quarterback, like you said, and just unfortunate for him tonight.
And speaking of quarterbacks, Andrew Cole just ran off the field. He was in on that defensive play. It'll now be Curtin actually here. Okay, an interesting option here. Development, it'll be Kurtz to throw. Pass is going to be caught by Pavlis. He'll be taken down at around the 26-yard line. Mitchell Kurtz, the junior, 5'10", 163, receiver, quarterback, and defensive back now in the game for the Eagles.
Jack of all trades.
And I don't necessarily see where Horsfall is on the sidelines. That's an interesting development to watch. If North Olmsted gets back on the field, they're going to try to get 5 yards here. 4th down and 5. That one over the head of Hogg. And Kurtz's throw will give Holy Name back the ball on a turnover on downs. An excellent job from Holy Name's defense to bend but not break on that drive. And I'm slowly to figure it out. It appears that Horsfall is just going to be on the hip of the coach. I don't think he was injured or anything. I think it was just the personnel change that put Mitchell Kurtz in the game. An interesting call there, especially seeing the end result of the pass on 4th down from North Olmsted.
very confusing again. We'll see how it plays back once they get the ball back. But now it's time for the Holy Name offense to drive down the field once again.
Holy Name's going to try to make sure they don't get the ball back here. A first down 10, ball at the 26-yard line. Handoff to Vince Costanzo on the left side. He'll try to make his way forward, and he's able to get to around the 29, maybe 30-yard line for a gain of about 3 or 4 on the play. Vince Costanzo, he's played a lot in the fourth quarter the last couple of games. He's done a nice job when he's in the game and running downfield. Had a couple nice 30-yard runs in a couple of games. He's not a bad running back to have in what you might call garbage time. Feliciano now checks in for Colin Dosco as he's coming off the field once again. I assume what would be for the last time, looking at the personnel being put on the field now for the Green Wave. 2nd down and 6 after they officially ruled it a 4-yard gain on the run from Costanzo. Handoff once again to Costanzo. He's going to break free for a first down and force his way forward to around the 40-yard line. So that'll be a quick gain of 10 on the play for Vince Costanzo, who has himself 20 yards quickly on 2 carries.
Vince Costanzo, obviously a good option here too of a running back. Definitely something to watch for in the later parts of contest going forward in the season.
And correction, that'll be 14 yards on 2 carries. That'll set him up at the 40-yard line as the clock continues to tick down. North Olmsted, if they want to use them, do have all 3 timeouts. So does the Green Wave. But I believe, looking at the score line here, I think North Olmsted is just going to try to make sure that they play the game here, try to learn some things, and then go into next week making adjustments to try to keep their season alive. Cole takes a snap, handoff to Costanzo once again, and he has some room to run. He's up the field, the 40, and he'll be dragged down from behind. A nice run from Costanzo. He gets himself to the 36-yard line. That'll be a gain of 24 on the play. An excellent run on senior right there from Vince Costanzo. We do apologize. The computer right now not being able to handle the replay. So we'll have to go the rest of the game without that. But a nice run up the middle. Just break it through a couple of gaps there. A nice job from the trenches. We have not talked about the offensive line enough tonight. Being able to give a lot of running lanes without these linemen blocking up front. Half these rushes don't even happen. Got to give credit to the man in the trenches. The game is won and lost in the trenches. First down and 10. Costanzo gets another one as he can be dragged down. He's going to hit pretty much immediately as he'll be taken down at around the 42-yard line. Nice job there from the Eagles on the far side to corral him in there. And the tackle being made there by Dean Colop on the far side. Setting up 2nd down and 11 now. Now Holy Name making some more substitutions. That Joey Ragon will step out. I believe that'll mean his senior night is done. Holy Name will now look to get in as many of the seniors that they can. So far it'll be Julian Rodriguez on the far side playing opposite of Joaquin Gray, who also plays right tackle. Both of them is playing time this season. So Rodriguez will be on the left and Gray on the right. Looking to throw now is Andrew Cole. Pocket's going to collapse. And Cole held the ball a little bit too long there. Looking at the last second with a bunch of guys right there with the bottom trying to launch it downfield. But eventually taken down. An interesting chain of events there. They'll now set up 3rd down for Holy Name. Call up once again, another tackle. First time we're hearing his name tonight. 2 tackles in a row for him. And this will set up 3rd down and 15 after Cole surrendered the sack. Less than 5 minutes left now, around 4:15 left to go in tonight's contest. Costanzo behind, I believe, Nemeth to the right side of Cole on 3rd down and 15. Cole takes a snap, kind of hand it off here to Costanzo. He's going to try to get some room here. He'll be taken down from behind, getting himself to around the 36-yard line. They'll set up 4th down and around 10, where I believe the offense will stay on the field here for Holy Name. A little bit too short to punt, too far to kick here for Holy Name. A little bit of no man's land. And Holy Name now looks to try to drill some time off the clock here before running a play. I would not be surprised if Coach Wondolowski can go over to the official and just wet time run and call timeout at the last second.
Definitely looks like Coach Wando is staying close by. All the coaches actually close put.
Coach Wondolowski, maybe a foot or two to the left side. He's getting ready, it appears here. Cole will take the snap and look to throw on 4th down instead. He's going to launch downfield, and that one is intercepted by Lawrence Stanley. And now North Olmsted, they're going to try to return this and see if they can get going. Cole might have to make the tackle. He is able to absolutely level Lawrence Stanley on the sidelines. I mean, nothing else Andrew Cole could have done there but try to level him, as replay appears to be working once again, just a little bit too far in front of the receiver. But what back on this tackle from Andrew Cole. You can see him trailing there, full head of steam, and absolutely levels Stanley into the sidelines. Just shows the aggressive player Andrew Cole is. Unfortunate for him to give up that interception on senior night, but ended up being a moot point there. Can't blame him for taking the shot downfield.
Two things I want to point out. Stanley, great job on his part. He's seen the ball, took advantage of that. Unfortunate mistake for Andrew. But then Andrew Cole really wanted his payback there and quickly went to the left side to make his own tackle.
And now it appears Coach Weindelowski is going to call time here. So we will do the same with 3:09 left to go in tonight's contest. Holy Name up 42-20 over the North Olmsted Eagles. And just again, we'll be back on next Friday at 6 p.m. with the Holy Name Broadcasting pregame show. And then we'll be bringing you Holy Name versus Buckeye football at 7 p.m. To stay up to date on all the games that we are covering, follow Holy Name Broadcasting on Instagram and Twitter. And stay up to date on all of Holy Name sports, follow Holy Name Athletics on Instagram and Twitter. And follow and subscribe here to Holy Name Athletics YouTube and put on push notifications to be notified when we go live. We'll take a media timeout, 3:09 left to go. Back on momentarily. We are back here, 3:09 left to go in tonight's contest. Holy Name with a commanding 22-point lead, up 42-20 over North Olmsted as they take back over after the interception from Lawrence Stanley, who gets the ball here on first down, does a nice job to tiptoe his way up the sideline and get to about midfield, and that's enough to move the chains. Potentially, here's the chains that are going to hold still for now. Now they're going to move, so 10 yards, good enough for a first down. If you're just tuning in or just tuning back in, Mitchell Kurtz, the junior quarterback, replacing Tommy Horsfall at the end of this game. Interesting development as Horsfall is on the sideline on the coach's hip, just not in the game. The trips left here at midfield on first down 10. Kurtz throws, pass is tipped. Stanley's going to have that one caught at the line of scrimmage. Potentially, I believe they're going to say it was complete. Lawrence Stanley, a nice job coming back for the ball. It would not have mattered either way if he caught it or not. But we'll just show it back on the replay real quick. It showed the excellent job he did to read where the ball was off of the tip on the far side. I believe that was Dom Costanzo getting a hand in there. And now handoff will go to Pasafumi on second down. And that's enough for another first down. Pasafumi gets to the 38 on a quick gain of 12 there to move the chains for the Eagles. The offense running nicely now for the Eagles, but might be a little bit too late for them in this contest.
I definitely think if you're the Eagles coach right now, it's just about putting some points on the board, kind of closing that gap. Nothing much more to say about that.
Took my words there. First down and 10. Kurtz looks to throw. And a run to the right side after missing one sack, and he'll be taken down with force there. Evan Straczynski putting on a nice tackle there. Drag it down. We're going to watch it back here on the replay. Straczynski's done a nice job tonight grabbing onto the quarterback. We knew he'd be on the QB spy. It's an excellent job. Nunny just getting out there, missing a tackle, but Straczynski, a nice job there to command and get the tackle. Trips left, looking to throw. Now is Kurtz. Gonna take a heave-ho downfield, and Edgerson is the closest man until it can be incomplete. Edgerson just let that one kind of go. But as this game does draw to an end, next week North Olmsted will take on the 4-1 Rocky River Pirates. They've had a good season so far, winning last night 52-14 over Valley Forge. Their only loss coming to a tough Perkins team, 59-28. Rocky River is always good, especially with Julian Patty, who's had himself a nice season so far. The Pirates are in good shape. Without a BB on their team for the first time in a while, as both brothers have graduated. Holy Name take on the 5-0 Buckeye Bucks. Both teams from tonight's contest have difficult tasks next week, and they want to continue their playoff push. Next week becomes even more of a must-win for Olmsted. Holy Name still a must-win game, but not as much so as they're going to come away with their first victory of the season. Pasafumi on the far side going to try to change that here. The last second resurgence on a nice run down the sideline, about to the 15-yard line. Going to give him 18 yards there on the rush as Pasafumi has had himself a quiet but an impressive night. Being a makeshift running back, as we said, with Logan Dangerfield and Matthew Chalkwater being out tonight. He's done a nice job filling in as a makeshift running back. Trips left formation, 90 seconds left to go. Pass to Fumi. Gets another one. He's still running to be forced back from behind as he gets to about the 5-yard line. Another gain of 10. And that might be enough to drop the chains and be a first down. And it will indeed be. It'll be first down and goal now, ball at the 5 as the clock continues to run here with about $1:19 left to go in tonight's contest. And snap's going to be kind of a weird one. Hogue gets it, and Hogue is hit, but is in for the North Olmsted touchdown. Somehow, in some way, communication breakdown on the snap first off, but Hogue does a nice job. He's had himself 3 touchdowns on the night. He is unlucky not to be coming away with the victory as he's played his heart out tonight. Has definitely been the best player on the Eagles team tonight. The touchdown in the end will probably not matter, but still a nice touchdown there. Nothing else to say. Make it now 42-26, as I believe they're going to go for 2 as Kurtz is being given the instructions by the coach on the sidelines. I mean, going for 2 here. Bring it close, bring it within 14, but you need 2 onside kick recoveries and 2 touchdowns in 2 minutes. Or 1 minute, I should say. Minute 7. There'll be trips right here for the 2-point conversion opportunity for the Eagles. Kurtz throws, and that one is deflected at the last second. A nice job from Holy Name there. I believe that was Luke Clearman, one of the many seniors, one of the 17 seniors, getting a hand in there and making his impact on the senior night game. Holy Name looked to have closed this game out, but North Olmsted putting one more touchdown on the board. With that, we'll take our last media timeout of the night. Holy Name up 42-26 over the North Olmsted Eagles. We'll be back on in a minute. A minute 7 remains in tonight's senior night contest. Holy Name looking poised to win this game 42-26 as it stands right now over the North Olmsted Eagles. What would be win number 1 on the season. I am Nathan Smee alongside me, Damian Webb, for the conclusion of tonight's contest. It'll be an onside kick opportunity for the Eagles. Before so, it'll be a timeout being called. The official timeout, it appears. Price was able to corral that one in. But on that kick, let's just talk about that real quick. Looking at the sidelines, why did North Olmsted kick the ball to the side? Holy Name did not have numbers really that far out of the hashes. It looked like it would be almost a free kick there. I'm confused why they didn't kick it there. But going into next week, North Olmsted, as they drop to 0-5, they'll be taking on the 4-1 Rocky River Pirates at home in North Olmsted on Butternut Ridge Road. And then Holy Name travels out to Medina County to take on the 5-0 Buckeye Bucks. An impressive season for them so far. Coach Greg Dennison getting his 200th win overall as a coach last night and getting Buckeye their best start since 2017. Anytime we play Buckeye in many sports, it's always a fun contest to see. I mean, that rainy game a couple years ago, football last year, a nice win for Holy Name. I believe it was on senior night. That went on senior night for basketball with Josh Pinheiro getting 30 points in that game, or Michael was with me for that game. Going to Buckeye for a nice game out there. Coach Lanza coaching his heart out in the JV game that we got to watch before then. It'd be fun to see Buckeye again, especially going out there to see one of the only grass fields really left in Northeast Ohio. We'll have to wait for next week to see that game as we'll be bringing with live coverage at 6 p.m. Here comes now the onside kick opportunity for the Eagles. And that one is to be well shy of wherever they need to get to. As only will let that one roll. There will be a flag here. And now North Olmsted trying to use the wind to try to push that ball forward. I respect the move there from North Olmsted. We're going to show it on a replay, probably our final replay of the game. You just got to give him credit. The game might be done. You're going to see it right here. You're going to see number 35, along with whoever else is over there. The 35 is being Saliba, along with Stanley. You can't blame them for having fun there. I love what they tried doing there. Obviously not going to work there, but still, you got to have fun out there. And that's kind of the beauty of sports. going out there having fun. Damian, would you have done the same thing in that situation?
Yeah, it's just fun, you know. Try to enjoy yourself, and obviously it was a tough game, but you gotta enjoy yourself at the end of the night.
You got to take positives from every game. If you go in every game, look at everything that went wrong and not take a single positive, you're not going to learn. Failure is a good teacher, but it only gets you so far. And now Holy Name are a couple of kneels away in victory formation from calling this game a night. And Cole, step back there, a couple-yard loss. It's not going to end up mattering as now 60 seconds remains as Holy Name is within a minute of officially clinching their first win of the season, a well-deserved win tonight, 42-26. I mean, you can say a lot of guys impressed you. William Dix really impressed, Nick Nemeth, Andrew Cole. Anyone else I'm forgetting? Just the whole team in general.
Yeah, just everybody in general stepped up. Obviously something switched in practice this week.
As Cole is waiting, and that will be the final one. A little bit of a push down there, and that will be a flag on Stanley as he shoved down towards Zidlow. Unnecessary there on the kneel down. I know when we beat Rocky River our freshman year, the lines on both sides were told by the refs, you do not jump off, you don't rush, you don't do anything, you let the play happen. Just unfortunate there. A little bit of a stain to end the game for North Olmsted as Andrew Cole had to kneel down the ball one more time. But good luck to North Olmsted as they continue their season. And that will actually, they're going to move the ball forward. Good luck to them on their season. Holy Name will improve to 1-4. And we'll kind of do our wrap up now. We'll be back on next week at 6 p.m. with the Holy Name Broadcasting pregame show. They're going to roll the clock here. They're waiting for the clock to roll. Now the clock is starting to run. Cole's waiting off the sideline. I don't think he has to take another snap. And Holy Name starting to celebrate, and that will officially do it. Your final score here at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium. We're going to let the clock run out on our end. Holy Name gets their first win on the season, 42-26 over the North Olmsted Eagles. An impressive night. Everyone impressed on what has been a special senior night here at Serpentini Chevrolet Stadium. You can see your final score now on the screen. 42-26 in favor of Holy Name. Once again, we'll be back on next Friday at 6 p.m. with the Holy Name Broadcasting pregame show leading up to a 7 p.m. kickoff in Medina County against the Buckeye Bucks. Let's stay up to date in all the games that we are covering. Follow Holy Name Broadcasting on Instagram and Twitter. Let's stay up to date in all of Holy Name sports. Follow Holy Name Athletics on Instagram and Twitter. And finally, subscribe to Holy Name Athletics YouTube and put out push notifications to be notified when we go live. Once again, those shout outs to all the seniors who made this game happen. Thank you for all the work they've done for Holy Name over the last couple of years. And with that, that'll do it for our coverage. We'll leave you with the alma mater. Alongside me has been Damian Webb. On the scoreboard, Michael Lexick. I've been David C. Thank you for spending your Saturday evening with us. Have a good night, everyone, and go Namers.